Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully, you are having a most wonderful day. Hopefully, everyone had a nice weekend. I know I did. I got to visit my family in Baltimore and spend some time in D.C. as my cousin got married. So very, very excited and happy for my cousin. It was a beautiful wedding, and we had a nice time. So that's what I spent my weekend doing. Appreciate all the subs. Thank you so much. Xenu, Eric, Marvelous D, Jaden, Easy LASIK. Thank you all so much for the subs. Now I see some hype in chat. Okay, Mad Panda says Dragapult taking over the Japanese scene. Charizard has virtually disappeared. I want to qualify that real quick. The new set just came out this past weekend in Japan on Friday, literally. So the set has been out for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 3 days. The set has been out for 3 days in Japan. And Japanese players do not have an online client. Keep that in mind. So these very early results, basically, I don't want to say they mean nothing, but they mean nothing, right? Because that's like saying the most played card on TCG Live. That's like saying the most played card on TCG Live on set release is like not the old tier 1 deck. Like, of course it's not, right? People are trying out the new cards. They're not. What kind of lazy bum shows up to like the first tournament that they're going to play in with the new cards, just playing the old, you know what I mean? Especially at like a local. The locals there, think of the locals in Japan as like, you know, kind of like just your online tournaments or something like that. You know, it's just, it's kind of like their casual way to try out new ideas. Thank you, Solid RK, for the sub and the 13 months. That is still exciting. It is. That Dragapult seeing play and all of that. But keep in mind, I mean, we've seen a lot of things out of Japan that didn't necessarily translate. Even in the most recent set, like Great Tusk Mill was a significant portion of Japan's like metagame at with the Crimson Haze set release, and has not exactly translated. So like, there are always qualifications, but it is exciting to see Japanese players having fun and success with the new cards. But don't take it like this is the end-all, be-all of the metagame that Charizard's dead. Don't take it like that, because that's not, absolutely not. That is, the set has been out for 3 days. Japanese players are just playing with the new cards and having fun. Thank you, Solid RK, for that sub in the 13 months. Thank you all so much for the support to get the stream kicked off. Let's see, what do we got? Tournaments, city leagues, right? All right. Charizard's dead. What do you mean Charizard's dead? This is Charizard and Dragapult in the same deck. Woo-wee! That is, that's wild. So what we got going on here, these are city leagues. City league, that is no different than, you know, than league tournaments that happen around the United States. I mean, they're kind of casual. And also keep in mind, in Japan, they do not have the Pokemon trading card game live. So this is like, you know, Japan's way of trying out new ideas, playing, and all of that. And yeah, and city league tournaments happen all the time. I mean, they're multiple times a week, all over Japan. So you're going to have tons and tons of results. I mean, like, look at this. Just from April 29th, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I guess like, well, yeah, these are, yep, different tournaments, right? And these are the winners. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 different City League results just on April 29th. That is a lot. That is a ton of results, which is great. It's absolutely incredible that we're getting these results in from Japan and cataloged here for us to digest. This is not something that we've had as a community really in years past. Limitless, I think, relatively recently added in the City League results to their their reporting, which has been absolutely phenomenal for us as players. I mean, look at all these on the 28th. Look at all these Dragapults. Man, you think people like Dragapult? Dragapult. All right, well, let's see how players are playing Dragapult, right? So, Dragapult on the 27th, that's like day one. So let's say, all right, the day one results are probably not going to be as maybe solidified as the day two results. And even the day two results are probably not going to be as impactful as the day three results. So let's head over to the 29th and see, what people were cooking with by day three of playing with the sets. It looks like Dragapult Pidgeot EX with a 1/1 Xatu line. That is interesting. We were talking on stream about how are we going to power up Dragapult EX. Before the set came out last week, some people were saying Mela. Some people were saying Xatu. Some people were saying Lost Box, right? It seems like players in Japan are also still in the process of trying to figure out exactly how they want to power up this 320 hit point Pokemon. For those of you that don't know, Dragapult EX does 200 damage for a fire and a psychic energy, and then places 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. So that is the main attack there. And it's a great one, right? I mean, honestly, 320 hit point Pokemon, no weakness, 200 damage, spread 6. You can take multiple knockouts. The only challenging part of this deck is figuring out how you're going to be able to power up Dragapult EX in one turn. And sometimes you will want to power up Dragapult EX in one turn, which is why this list in particular is playing the Xatu, but just a 1/1 Xatu line, so that every once in a while you can chuck an extra psychic energy onto one of your bench Pokemon, draw a couple cards. This list is also playing, check that out, Scoop Up Cyclone. I guess that tracks. Thinking about the best A-spec for a Dragapult list, this is kind of a fun choice. Scoop Up Cyclone, allowing you to put the Dragapult EX straight up into your hand. And what I like about Scoop Up Cyclone is that it brings all cards attached to Dragapult with it, unlike Turo Scenario or something like that. So you can Scoop Up Cyclone a Dragapult EX with the Psychic Energy, and then lay that Psychic Energy right back down with Xatu's Clairvoyant Sense ability. I think that is some neat synergy. Also, Pidgeot EX does synergize well with Xatu, since Xatu only accelerates to the bench, and Pidgeot EX has free retreat. So I really like that too, because the free retreat of Pidgeot kind of answers one of the major questions about the Xatu engine, which is how are you going to pivot and accelerate only to the bench. This list is relying on Rotom V and its instant charge ability in order to kind of set up and get going with Forest Sealstone and Arven. I do like that. And then with the 4 copies of Dracloak, you can get to see extra cards every turn. So the list should be naturally pretty consistent. I really like, actually, the blends that this build has going on with Arven and Pidgeot, Rotom. This seems like a really solid place to start. So I think just kind of seeing how these lists have ended up after the first competitive weekend is pretty cool. Let's see if we've got any other way to play Dragapult represented here. Looks like this is kind of more of a Xatu focus build, so there is no Pidgeot EX, a 4/4/3 Dragapults, and a 2/2 Xatu line with Tatsugiri in the mix. Tatsugiri allows you to look at the top 6 cards of your deck and put a supporter card you find there into your hand. Great for fishing out those Arven early on. Seems like a lot of these lists are choosing to play Radiant Alakazam, and I talked about this last week as well. Radiant Alakazam does kind of seem like the Radiant Pokemon of choice, and the reason for that is you can do 200 damage to the active, spread 6 damage counters to the bench, and then you can move some of those damage counters off of the active to the bench if you're overhitting, right? Because 200 plus 200 is 400. So 400 is going to overhit everything for a 2-hit KO. And I like being able to kind of fix some of that math with Radiant Alakazam. Also, what Radiant Alakazam can do is if you hit the active for 200, and maybe it's a Chien Pao EX with 220 hit points, you can hit the active for 200, spread 6 damage counters to the bench, then the following turn, move some of those damage counters you put to the bench to the Chien Pao to knock it out, force up a new Pokemon, and then you can swing into a new Pokemon with Dragapult EX's attack. This list is playing a TM Evolution, also still has the Scoop Up Cyclone, which is pretty cool. Scoop Up Cyclone, allowing you to completely heal a Dragapult EX, can also act as a switch card in a pinch if you want to pick up your Tatsugiri after it finds a supporter card or something like that. That's cool. Honestly, you have a lot of drawing off the top with this deck, with the Dracloak's surveillance abilities, how they have it translated here, and Clairvoyant Sense. Wouldn't be unusual to be able to see an extra 6 cards off the top of the deck in a turn, which is a really big deal. This is an interesting take on the list because it is a Dragapult EX Pidgeot EX deck, but there is no Xatu. So we see this list opting for the Mela angle, just one copy of Mela, which accelerates a fire energy from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon, but only if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during last turn. So this list is going to be relying largely on manually attaching these energy to the Dragapult and kind of just hoping that they stick. And since this list doesn't have any way to kind of get a bonus attachment in outside of Mela, it isn't going to play Scoop Up Cyclone, which makes sense, right? Because you're only going to want to use Scoop Up Cyclone if you can then kind of recharge a Dragapult EX instantly. This list instead is using the Unfair stamp to try and get an unfair advantage, maybe early on in the game. And you can always search out the Unfair stamp with Arven, which I think is a really cool combination. The fact that Arven not only helps this deck set up, but also can fish out those key item cards you need when you need them, like Counter Catcher, Earthen Vessel. Earthen Vessel seems very important in these lists. Since you are playing an energy split, we've seen splits anywhere from like 3 Fire Energy, 5 Psychic. We see here 4-4. I think lists could end up as low as like 3-3. If we just kind of compare Dragapult EX to Charizard EX, Charizard EX list started with about 8 Fire Energy, then whittled down to 7, and now we're sitting around 6. So these Dragapult EX decks could certainly see their energy counts get lower and lower as lists get more and more refined. Of these few lists that I've looked at right off the rip, Rotom V does seem to be kind of a staple inclusion in these lists for its instant charge ability, and then also just combining well with Arven, since you can Arven for the Forest Seal Stone, use Rotom V as the target for the Forest Seal Stone, and then get the use out of that Star Alchemy V Star power. Collapse Stadium, also seeming like it is a featured stadium in these lists. And this one is playing 2 copies of Temple of Sinnoh, which is really interesting. This stadium card has not seen, I guess, a ton of play in our current standard format because special energy isn't that big of a deal. I mean, Lugia V-Star is kind of the deck that plays the special energy right now. You've also got Giratina, I guess, with the jet energy, but Temple of Sinnoh just hasn't really been worth playing. But maybe Temple of Sinnoh is seeing some play to prevent the new A-Spec special energy that denies a prize when the Pokemon it is attached to gets knocked out. Temple of Sinnoh does also turn off mist energy, which would prevent Dragapult's spread damage going to the bench. So that's kind of interesting too. Maybe if in the local meta, Mist Energy is becoming a widely played card to try and protect against Dragapult EX's spread, then that makes a lot of sense. So that is very cool to see as well. And of course, the Collapse Stadium makes sense since you'll be able to remove that Rotom V from your bench after it's kind of done its job, being a target for the Forest Sealstone. Now here we've got yet another way to build Dragapult EX. This Dragapult EX list is utilizing the Lost Zone engine, putting cards in the Lost Zone, and then you can Mirage Gate to your Dragapult to accelerate a fire and a water, or a fire and a psychic energy from your deck to your Dragapult. So that's a great way to get the Dragapult powered up. This list is also playing Fresh Water Set, which is hilarious and very clearly a tech for the Dragapult's mirror, right? I guess if Dragapult decks are spreading damage all over the bench, you could use Fresh Water Set to heal damage from all of your benched Pokemon. And this list is playing, yes, just 3 Fire and 3 Psychic with 3 Jet Energy. It is playing a split of Colress and Arven, which is really unique and not something that I have really seen before. So this is fun. And it's got the TM Evolution and TM Devolution in the deck also. So you can Colress and you can Flower Selecting and get a bunch of cards into the Lost Zone, but you can also Arven. Maybe you can start off the game with Arven and, go get a couple of Dracloak into play. That does seem like a very strong way to start off the game. And this list notably is not playing any copies of Rare Candy, which is probably the most difficult thing about building a Lost Zone variant of the Dragapult deck is having to include those Rare Candies. So I do like the omission of those and the addition of the Arven. I think that that's like really fun and can really, really help you to set up fast. This list is also playing the Unfair Stamp A-Spec card with a copy of Enhanced Hammer. You can search that out with Arven. And it is, it's just going to be really cool to be able to use Dracloak's Surveillance ability combined with Flower Selecting. Again, this is going to allow you to see maybe 6 cards deeper into your deck during any given turn. Combine that with Colress's Experiment. It's not going to be unusual to see 10, 12 cards off the top of the deck. I guess it's going to be an odd number because you're going to get 5 plus an even number with the, you could see like 11, 13, 15 cards off the top of the deck. And that's pretty crazy, right? Between the Dracloak, the Comfey, and the Colress. So that is a very significant dig that you'll get. And then we have the Dragapult Charizard deck. And wow, how fun is that? No Pidgeot EX here. This is just Dragapult and Charizard. So 2 massive Pokemon. And, Charizard, I guess, is probably for the end game to deal a lot of damage with Burning Darkness. Also helps to accelerate an extra energy to Dragapult EX. I always thought it was ridiculous that Charizard EX accelerates 3 fire energy into play with Infernal Rain. That's just ridiculous, right? It only needs 2 to attack. Why does Infernal Rain accelerate 3? Well, I know why Infernal Rain accelerates 3. It's because you want to accelerate 2 to Charizard EX and one to your buddy Dragapult. Dragapult EX. Because why the heck not, right? So Charizard EX can be its own deck. Charizard EX can be Dragapult EX's best friend. And this list seems to be doing that, kind of having the best of both worlds. If you want to be able to do 300, 330 damage at the end of the game, Charizard EX can do that. If you want to use Scoop Up Cyclone and reuse your Charizard EX, this list can do that, which is super crazy. It's got just 5 Fire Energy with the 2 Rod and 2 copies of Earthen Vessel, so not a lot of energy. You are going to have to be careful with your energy attachments in a list like this, but with the 2 copies of Rod, you'll probably be okay. And honestly, the combination of Dragapult and Charizard does seem pretty gnarly. This list is, of course, missing the consistency of Pidgeot EX. And that is not to be understated. I mean, it is certainly possible to get yourself in a situation where your hand's not quite right. And you wish that you had Pidgeot EX's quick search to just go get whatever you want. And at the end of the game, your opponent's Ionos will hurt a lot. Because look at this deck. This deck is not playing any research or anything like that. So at the end of the game, when you get Iono, your most powerful draw card is also Iono. And that sketches me out. So as cool as the combination of of Dragapult to Charizard is, it does kind of worry me that there's no kind of failsafe like Bibarel or Pidgeot. However, you do have to keep in mind, Dracloak does have that surveillance ability. So if you've got a couple of Dracloak set up, you are going to be able to get a couple of extra cards into your hand. But it still doesn't make your hand go from like 1 to 5 like Bibarel does, right? And we've seen how impactful Bibarel has been in these Charizard lists alongside Pidgeot to make sure that you can always draw out of those late game Ionos. Thank you, Solid RK. Thank you, Oh Hey Trace, for those subs. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. It is wild to me how much play Scoop Up Cyclone is seeing. It was a spec that I kind of reviewed as not being one of the most impressive ace specs to me, but a lot of these early lists out of Japan are playing the Scoop Up Cyclone. I wonder if that is going to be something that stays. If you think about Scoop Up Cyclone's kind of utility in these lists, a lot of Charizard Pidgeot lists were playing multiple copies of Turo Scenario, but there was always the caveat of it's not always the best time to play Turo Scenario. And, having to discard the energy off of Turo Scenario is always kind of brutal as well. But Scoop Up Cyclone, you don't have to be you don't have to have the perfect hand to be able to play Scoop Up Cyclone. You can kind of just play Scoop Up Cyclone on a whim. If you've got an Arven, which you're going to be playing like every other turn of the game to go get the cards that you need in order to set up. If you have an Arven, you could just Arven for the Scoop Up Cyclone and then boom, pick your guy up, lay him back down, and you're cooking. So I think that Scoop Up Cyclone does make a lot of sense with these really big 330, 320 hit point stage 2 Pokemon that are not getting 2 hit KO'd. That are not getting 1 hit KO'd, excuse me. And it also makes sense in a very Dragapult heavy meta game to play the Scoop Up Cyclone, since you're going to be able to heal Pokemon that Dragapult damages and put them back down. So it does kind of operate as that heal card in a pinch too. We are seeing a lot of Enhanced Hammer. Some of these lists playing Lance, which is funny, but I guess with Lumineon V being able to Lance and go set up a couple of Dracloak or a Dragapult EX is pretty cool. Let's see what else we got. And then look at this. Of course, You know, with Dragapult decks and Charizard decks starting to cut back on Turo Scenario, what does that mean? That means that Snorlax is coming right on back, right? Snorlax control does get even gnarlier with the inclusion of the new Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, being able to completely wall off attacks from Pokemon with abilities. Airy can rid your opponent of those pesky Scoop Up Cyclones if they are holding them in their hand for just the right time. And the new Performance Flute item card can dig into the top few cards of your opponent's deck and put any basic Pokemon they find there onto the bench, which is also pretty nasty. I do expect control to kind of pop back up, especially if lists start to get as greedy as some of these Dragapult lists are getting. They are not playing Turo Scenario, which is what Tord had kind of innovated in his Charizard EX deck to be able to beat those control decks. And since almost all Charizard EX decks are playing Turo Scenario now, control is more or less fallen off. But if decks are cutting Turo Scenario, and as we can see here, almost none of these decks are playing Turo Scenario. They're all just playing the one copy of Scoop Up Cyclone. Control can easily pick that strategy apart. You can area away Scoop Up Cyclone, trap something like a Manaphy or a Xatu in the active spot, and just completely deck your opponent out. So that is something that these Dragapult lists will have to be wary of. The control matchup could become a thing. Here's another Dragapult EX list. This Dragapult deck is just Dragapult, nothing else, with Mela and the new Neo Upper Energy Special Energy. And this card seems like it's perfectly crafted for the Dragapult EX deck, right? It provides 2 Rainbow Energy when it's attached to a Stage 2. So it does power up Dragapult EX with just 1 energy attachment, which is something that Dragapult EX decks will want to do. But we have seen quite a few of these Dragapult EX decks playing Enhanced Hammer, which really hurts. If you're relying on that Neo Upper Energy to fulfill the attack cost for Dragapult EX, Enhanced Hammer can just instantly remove that. Thank you, Z Sizer, for the Prime sub in the 6 months. Thank you. Again, this Dragapult EX deck is just relying on Dragapult to draw, the 1 copy of Mela to accelerate an extra fire energy throughout the game, Tatsugiri, and Rescue Board. That's a combination that we have seen in quite a few of these lists as well. And this seems like, another fine way to play Dragapult. 2 copies of Lance means that they're really focusing on getting those Dracloak out into play early and flooding the board with powerful Dragapult EX. Okay. Yo, Dragapult Squawkabilly? 2 Squawkabilly? Okay. This is kind of a radical way to play Dragapult EX. It looks like a Dragapult Squawkabilly deck, and I would say that maybe Squawkabilly is just here to use its Squawk and Seize ability, but since there are 2 copies of Squawkabilly in this deck, I have to imagine that Squawkabilly is probably here for its Motivate attack, which allows you to attach 2 basic energy from your discard pile to your bench Pokemon. So maybe they are kicking off the game with a Motivates and then letting Squawkabilly EX get knocked out and then Ionoing the opponent to low and kind of playing the rest of the game with the energy that they accelerated into play with Squawkabilly EX. I do like the inclusion of Iron Bundle in some of these lists. The reason why Iron Bundle is so good is because if you smack into something with Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive for 200, say a Pokemon that has 220 hit points, then you don't want to hit that Pokemon with 20 HP remaining again for 200 damage. That is a gross misuse of your damage counters. So you would rather push that Pokemon to the bench with Iron Bundle's Hyper Blower ability and then finish that Pokemon off with the 6 damage counters that you're placing. So the Iron Bundle does make a lot of sense. In the same way that Radiant Alakazam makes a lot of sense, they kind of fulfill a similar thing. But Iron Bundle can help you deal with a Pokemon even as big as maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna. Say you hit a Blood Moon Ursaluna for 200 damage, and then you want to finish it off with 6 damage counters placed. You can bundle it to the bench and then perfectly finish it off. That's not something that Radiant Alakazam is going to be able to do, since Radiant Alakazam's Painful Spoons ability only moves 2 damage counters at a time. You're saying surely Radiant Zard is optimal in Dragapult? Not according to all of these lists that I'm looking at. Okay, here is a pretty radical way to play Dragapult EX. Dragapult EX Armarouge. This is kind of fun. The idea of this deck is to accelerate Fire Energy onto your benched Armarouge with Magma Basin, and then use Armarouge's Fire Off ability to move that extra Fire Energy to your active Dragapult EX. And with that little combo you've got, you can get Dragapult EX powered up in just one turn, which is pretty cool. And this list is the first list we've seen that is playing the Secret Box Ace Spec. In a combo-heavy deck like this, that makes sense, especially since the Secret Box allows you to discard Fire Energy and then search for the Magma Basin that you will want to accelerate that Fire Energy into play. So that's kind of a cool combo there that I really like. This list has got a Klefki, which can turn off abilities if they throw that in the active, and the Monkey Dory. And in my set review, I talked about how bad I think this card is, but I guess it makes sense here, right? If you've got extra energy kind of flowing into play with Magma Basin, then you can afford maybe at some point in the game to attach a Luminous Energy to your Monkey Dory. And then once you have that Luminous Energy on the Monkey Dory, you unlock its ability, which allows you to move up to 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So in the mirror, that's kind of crazy because you can use it to heal off damage that your opponent's Dragapult has placed on your Pokemon. And all you have to do is put a Luminous Energy on it, and you can combine that Monkey Dory with Radiant Alakazam to effectively manipulate 5 extra damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon's, on your opponent's Pokemon in a turn, which is pretty crazy. You can also combo the Monkey Dory with the damage counters you place on your own Pokemon with Magma Basin. And that's kind of crazy, right? Because you're going to be damaging your own bench Pokemon, and then you can use the Monkey Dory to move those over. So even if you're not playing against a deck that spreads damage counters on your own bench, you can eventually get damage counters to move onto your opponent's Pokemon with Monkey Dory. This is a very fun and cool list. As you can see, it's only playing one copy of Rare Candy, playing both TM Evolution and TM Devolution. I am less convinced of the potency of a very, call this kind of a wombo combo kind of deck than I am of maybe some of the other more streamlined Dragapult decks, but this is certainly one way to get an extra Fire Energy into play that I admittedly had not considered before. I'll probably do a little video talking about all these different Dragapult list. That's kind of why I'm just rattling through them right now. I think I'll probably make a nice little YouTube video talking about all the different Dragapult EX variants that are popping up. And kind of like an in-depth discussion on each of the different ways to do it, right? I think at this point we've kind of covered all the different variants of Dragapults, right? All the different flavors of Dragapult, all the different ace specs you might play. So that's pretty cool. It would make sense that Dragapult EX is very expensive in Japan right now because it's the hype new card, right, that everybody wants to try and play. So that makes sense for sure. All right. Now that we've kind of taken a look at all the different Dragapult lists, let's see if there's anything spicy coming out of Japan that might be interesting. Golden Go. Ain't no way, right? I mean, Golden. All right, Golden Go. Lost Box. Lugia, bro. Okay, now this is not something that I considered. This is... Wait. A yo in the hand. Okay, all right. All right, Lugia copers out there, all you Lugia copers. All right, let's talk about it. Let's see. Perfect. With Carmine. Okay. It looks like Lugia is getting a breath of new life with the new sets, thanks to cards like Carmine and the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and the new Legacy Energy Ace Spec and the new Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. So we've got a lot of different new things that are helping out the Lugia deck. The Carmine is a supporter card that allows you to discard your hand and draw 5 cards. You can play it on the first turn of the game going first, which is a huge help to, assist in getting those Archeops into the discard pile early. And then Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, obviously just an insane attacker, can crank out 240 damage for free at the end of the game, but also can do 240 damage for a very low amount of energy in the middle of the game. I think the most interesting evolution of these Lugia decks is that now they have access to Legacy Energy. Previously, the only rainbow special energy that Lugia decks had access to was Luminous Energy, and Luminous Energy very intentionally cannot be played with other special energy, right? Because as long as you've got another special energy attached to the Pokemon Luminous Energy is attached to, it kind of turns off its rainbow effect and only counts as a single colorless energy instead. But Legacy Energy don't have that problem. Legacy Energy just counts as a rainbow energy when it's attached to a Pokemon, and it makes that Pokemon give up one less prize card, which means that Lugia can finally play all of its rainbow-compatible friends, like Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. And this is really cool because Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX has this Torrential Pump attack, which does 100 damage and 120 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, and you get to shuffle 3 energy back into the deck. And that's really important because you can save that legacy energy to be used later on. And you don't have to basically like commit the legacy energy to Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. You can just save it for later, which is super good. The fact that Lugia can now threaten a double knockout in the same way that Radiant Greninja threatens a double knockout is really insane. Like now, the fact that if you're setting up against Lugia, you have to get Manaphy out now, which is crazy. Like, you never had to get Manaphy out against Lugia in our current rotation, right? No, the days of Amazing Raikou are gone. But now, it's just like back in the day with Amazing Raikou. You got to get that Manaphy out, or they're coming in hot with Torrential Pump. So this is super crazy. And you get to save that legacy energy for maybe an Iron Hands later. The old Lugia is back, bro. The old Lugia is back. Just think about this. What made old Lugia so broken was that you had Amazing Raikou that could snipe damage on turn 2. Now we've got Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. You also had Stoutland, which could do like 100 damage and take an extra prize card, right? Now we've got Iron Hands that can do that. So the old Lugia, these are the same plays from Lugia's old playbook that we're getting back. Jesse says, in 6% of games, you prize legacy energy and your deck is just awful. That's not true, because you still got Chinchino, who can one-hit KO everything with its special roll attack. I think that the deck just becomes so much more interesting and multi-dimensional now that we have legacy energy to fulfill that rainbow requirement for various attackers. I mean, without legacy energy, you're very limited on the amount of different attackers you could utilize. I mean, some people had talked about putting basic energy into Lugia lists, and that's just kind of a bad idea. It didn't end up working out. But now you've got that legacy energy. Archeops could easily search it out, send it to whatever attacker you want, and the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX doesn't even waste the energy. It puts it back into the deck so that you can utilize it later. And we're not even talking about the fact that legacy energy, if it sticks, denies a prize card. I mean, we're really only talking about the legacy energy like in the fact that it provides a rainbow energy to Lugia. Keep in mind, if the legacy energy sticks on this Iron Hands EX, Iron Hands EX is not only taking a bonus prize with the knockouts it's taking, but you're only going to take one prize for knocking out Iron Hands EX. And how crazy is that? You're only taking one prize. And that's why so many of these Dragapult lists that we've seen are playing Enhanced Hammer or Temple of Sinnoh, because that legacy energy is a real nuisance in these Lugia lists. So Lugia is a deck that I consider to be a deck that could easily top 8 a regional championship in our current standard meta. And that's not a hot take. It has top 8'd regionals, but I know that some people see those results from Lugia and kind of write them off and are like, well, they just high rolled their way to top 8. They just high rolled their way to top 8. It's not that serious, right? I consider Lugia to be a top contender in the Pokemon TCG right now, and with legacy energy coming into the mix, the deck only gets stronger. The Lugia deniers are going to have a more and more difficult time denying Lugia's presence with this legacy energy. And the legacy energy almost demands that you respect it. Because if the legacy energy sticks, it could just win them the game just off rip, right? Forcing your opponent to take one less prize card, powering up insane Pokemon like Iron Hands and Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Yeah, Lugia kind of getting beast mode with this next set, not gonna lie. What else we got? Don't tempt me like this, man. Listen, Miraidon ain't coming back, man. Don't you dare do this. It's messed up. Can't get my hopes up like this. Miraidon EX with the Morpeko. Okay. All right, hear me out. Morpeko has got the looking for a snack ability, which allows you to look at the top card of your deck and you may discard that card. So what that means is that you can look at the top card of your deck, and if it's not a lightning energy, you discard it, and then you play your electric generator. So you get to look one extra card, you know? You get to look one card deeper, which is a big deal. I mean, when you're talking about just, when you're talking about kind of a deck that just relies so heavily on electric generator, any sort of help you can give that electric generator is going to be a big deal. You can also, as Jesse pointed out in the chat, you can look for a snack, and then if you want to eat that snack, Raikou V can use its fleet-footed ability and draw into it. So that's another neat combo as well. Wow. All right. This is an Arven-focused list. It's got some of our favorite friends. 18. There are 18 lightning energy. 18. Oh, man. 18, bro. You're getting the turn 1 Iron Hands like every game with this deck. That's so crazy. And with the Forest Sealstone, oh, man, that's nuts. And you could also collect and apply. That's a fun translation. Attach up to 2 basic energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon in any way you like. So if you whiff the turn 1 Iron Hands, which you probably won't do too much, but if you do, then you can always collect and apply to accelerate some extra lightning energy from your discard pile into play. And you've got Radiant Greninja, who is going to be drawing cards, considering you've got 18 lightning energy in the deck. All right, okay. I'm kind of feeling this. All right, I'm kind of feeling it, but I still worry that it doesn't do enough, right? You get the turn 1 Iron Hands. I guess if people are playing Dragapult instead of Charizard, then you don't have to worry about people going Rare Candy Charizard, knock out your Iron Hands, because you just go turn 1 Iron Hands against the Dragapult deck, and they're like, Rare Candy Dragapult, do 200, and you're like, ha, okay, and then you just keep pushing, right? So I think it makes sense that a speedy deck like Iron Hands kind of is popping up as Dragapult decks are seeing more play in Japan, because Dragapult decks don't have that instant response that Charizard decks are built to be able to do right now. Sure, if you played Defiance Band, yeah. I don't think that I was seeing a lot of Defiance Band in these Dragapult lists, though. I don't think I was. I don't think I did. Stexon. We do have a significant stock for the Indianapolis Regional Championships that is just going to be in person only. Stexon, yes. So anything that we've got, on the website, you could place an order for pickup at Indy. Some stuff might just be sold out, but we will have a separate kind of back stock available at Indy for in-person purchases. But obviously, the only way to kind of guarantee that we'll have a card is if you place an order for it online. Just curious, what kind of cards are you looking for, Stexon, that are sold out right now? I am curious, just in case any of our folks at Full Grip are here and can kind of take note of those. I suspect that some of that stuff got scooped up for the case, but curious to see. Miraidon. We still got a Guardy showing up. Yo, Guardy? With the Monkey Dory? And the single Brooklyn Hill, Verseeker, and Guzma big GLC staples. Yeah. We should have those at the venue 100%. Yes. They probably aren't on the website because they got scooped up for the event. That's probably what has happened at this point. Dude, I can't believe we got... I mean, I guess so, right? I guess so. In this Gardevoir deck, where you attach your energy doesn't matter at all because you can just accelerate infinite energy from the discard pile with Psychic Embrace. So you might as well put a single darkness energy on Monkey Dory. And, yo, that's kind of crazy, man. And then you can just kind of completely move damage from your own Pokemon that you place on. And you can move that damage to your opponent's Pokemon. That's kind of crazy. With the unfair stamp, too? It's kind of nuts, man. There is not a small amount of Lugia decks. I mean, these Lugia decks are here. They are present. It is happening. This is why people have those enhanced hammers in their decks. All right, we've got an Iron Hands, Iron Thorns deck. That's kind of cool. Dang, look how metallic these guys are. With the stamp, a lot of decks are going to play that stamp. Oh, yeah. That's neat. I definitely kind of imagined a deck like this popping up. Just, it's the Turbo Hands deck, but now you've got an ability lock kind of built in as well. That makes sense. We've got one guy playing a deck with absolutely no new cards in it. Yep. Sorry, guys. Couldn't get my hands on any of the new cards. Just playing a Baxcalibur. I can just play a Baxcalibur. Boring Baxcalibur. All right, there's one E. Okay, but that's not even a new card. All right, that's not a new card. Enhanced Hammer's not new. That's old. That's an old card. It's an old new card. Here's another boring old deck. Boring. Tina got anything new going on? Yup, you can put the Blood Moon Ursaluna in your Tina deck now. Yup. Or you could not. You also got an unfair stamp. All right. Anything else that you guys were hoping that I would cover? I think I pretty much talked about the first weekend's results from Japan. I think we pretty much got it locked in. The one Ninja Coper right here. Ogre box set. Ogre box. This makes sense. If everybody's focusing on Dragapults and you just want to, like, you know, chase down those Dracloaks before they get a chance to evolve up, Ninja could theoretically do that. Listen, the only reason there's no Palafin results, the only reason is because they don't have the sauce yet, okay? They haven't figured it out. That's the only... That's the only reason, okay? It's because everybody there just likes dragon Pokemon, so they all are playing Dragapult, and nobody likes our two-armed dolphin. Yeah, they just don't have the dolphin sauce yet. All right? This, you want me to look at the 11th place Ogre Box deck? That's what you want? But also, let's keep in mind, you guys, let's keep in mind, look at how many people are playing Dragapult, right? This is why this card is so... Everybody wants to play it. Like, there's just so much Dragapult being played. And again, like I was kind of reiterating early on, in Japan, there is no Pokemon TCG Live. So, like, if people want to play a new deck, they're going to their locals and they're playing the new deck. That's it. Right? Everybody, especially on weekend one, everybody's going to the locals to play the new deck. Everybody. Just like everybody's going to play the new deck when it comes out on TCG Live. Ting Lu? Brother. All right, here we go. 15th place. Here it is. The 15th place Festival Lead deck. Bro. The 15th place Locals Festival Lead deck. I guess. All right. And here's your Ogre Pawn box. Yeah. No. And see, here's the deal is like, dude, if your local meta is like entirely Dragapult, this deck doesn't do squat to Dragapult, dude. It's just literally terrible against Dragapult. Yes, this deck ain't doing squat to Dragapult. That's for sure. Fascinating. All right. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Dragapult, eh? What about next weekend's meta and indie? Well, let's see. What deck has won every single major event since Temporal Forces? Charizard. Huh. I'm thinking that probably Charizard is going to do well. Yep. And then the other decks that might do well are decks that can sometimes beat Charizard. Yeah. How about that? That's my prediction for Indy. I know. Crazy, huh? Arc Grassbox going crazy. I mean, when you have a metagame that looks like this, what kind of takes do you want from me? Sao Paulo. It's Charizard. Didn't Charizard even win the Champions League in Aichi? Oh, yeah. That's with one half of our Twilight Masquerade set. Charizard. A whole lot of Charizard. Charizard. Yes, sir. Every single major. Every single major has been taken down by Charizard. So, yes, if you want to do well at Indy, you should probably either be playing Charizard or a deck you feel very comfortable competing against Charizard with. Extremely comfortable. That would be my suggestion. All right. Special August English set may feature Pecharunt and the Loyal 3. Based on English card numbers that were revealed this week for Twilight Masquerade, we now know that illustration rares Okidogi, Munkidori, and Pheasantipity will be cut from our English set. No! The illustration rares. So we're still going to get this guy, right? Hopefully. Yeah, we'll still get them. Yeah. I think. Just the illustration rares. Earlier this week, PokeBeach posted the release dates of 2 upcoming Japanese sets. Paradise Dragona, featuring Dragon Pokemon, will release on September 13th, and Supercharged Breaker, featuring Stellar Pikachu, will release on October 18th. With all this in mind, it is now unlikely our special English 6.5 set will feature Paradise. It is unlikely that our special English 6.5 set will feature Paradise Dragona. Yeah. He was tripping for thinking that it even might have done that. Our set releases on August 2nd, but Paradise Dragona releases on September 13th. We would not get the card 6 weeks before Japan. Never. We would never do that. We did receive 2021 celebrations 2 weeks before Japan, but it was a special case for the TCG 25th anniversary. Yeah. So then, what could be featured in our special English sets? Night Wanderer will release in Japan on June 7th. That's crazy, bro. Wow, dude, that's crazy. Night Wanderer. Man, sometimes I just wish I lived in Japan. You feel me? There are just so many. It's like you always got a new Pokemon set coming out. There's a constant flow of new Pokemon TCG sets just being cranked out, man. They just come out I'm telling you, it's like every 6 weeks. Right? I'm actually curious. Like, what is the time differential between these two sets? I've always said it's like 6 weeks, but it might be like 7. But let's see. Okay, so we are here, and it released. Mask of Change released on the 26th. So you've got 26th, So you got 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. It's literally 6 weeks. Yep. That's so fun. 6 weeks. I mean, and I've talked about this kind of a lot on the channel, but this is the way that the trading card game is designed to be played, right? Internationally, we just have a shell. Like literally we have a shell of what the trading card game was intended to be. The trading card game is intended to be designed to be played as it's designed in Japan with a new update. Essentially, it's like a new update comes out every 6 weeks, right? That's how the game's designed to be played. The game has a new patch every 6 weeks. That keeps things fresh and fun and exciting and engaging for players because there's a new patch to the game every 6 weeks. Internationally, the game gets stale and boring as things drag on. And when they lump, essentially what happens internationally is that they lump patches together, right? Because Crimson Haze was a patch, and then Mask of Change was a patch. So we never get to appreciate what just the Crimson Haze cards bring to the Pokemon TCG. We never get to appreciate that. We never get to even play with that because some of those cards might just be overshadowed by the cards that come out in Mask of Change. And since we get those updates to the Pokemon TCG, sorry for bumping the microphone. Since we get those updates to the Pokemon TCG just lumped together and shoved out internationally, it's a shadow of what the game was intended to be. It really is. It's sad, honestly. It is. You know? It would be so cool if we got to appreciate the game exactly as it's designed in Japan, but we just don't. And I'm sure there's logistic reasons for that. I'm sure there are, but it is unfortunate. And it does make me kind of wish that I lived in Japan sometimes so that I could appreciate the game as it was intended to be played, with an update coming out every 6 weeks. Night Wanderer comes out on June 7th. All right. And the set will feature the Loyal 3, Monkey Dory EX, Pheasantipity EX, and Okidogi EX. I also speculated that Night Wanderer could feature Pecharunt EX. There aren't any upcoming Japanese sets that feature Pecharunt, despite it being an important mythical Pokemon. It's the leader of the Loyal 3. Huh. Got it. That is interesting. It seems our English set could feature Night Wanderer, its Loyal 3 Pokemon EX, their cut illustration rares, some or all of the 48 unreleased cards from Japan's Battle Academy, and a few other odds and ends. This setup also lines up with the current narrative of the TCG. We're receiving Twilight Masquerade next month, featuring Ogerpon. Ogerpon fought Pecharunt and the Loyal 3 in Teal Mask after they stole her masks. Yo, spoilers! What the heck, dude? So it makes sense to cap off Ogerpon's story with a special set featuring the mythical Pecharunt before moving on to Terapagos. Okay. Night Wanderer should be officially revealed in Japan next week. We should also get the reveal of our Scarlet and Violet 6.5 set in mid-May. Both sets should be revealed within 2 weeks of each other, which is even more evidence that they could be linked. As for Paradise Dragona, we now expect it to release in either September or November. Once we can confirm the specific release date of our Scarlet and Violet 7 set, we should be able to better predict where it will go. So it looks like maybe we're not... It looks like maybe we're not getting a special dragon set. Maybe it looks like they're just going to lump Paradise Dragona in with something else. And if that's the case, then that's also disappointing. Because who doesn't want like a cool dragon set? So anyways. Man. Let's game. Nice, Weeder. I don't know when my Japanese cards come in. They should be either here today or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. That's when they originally slated to be delivered. And I haven't got any updates that they would be here today, so I'm thinking they're probably coming tomorrow. Do I still have PTCGO installed and hope that they bring it back? I know they'll never bring it back, but I just can't bring myself to delete it. Man. I just can't delete it, man. If I delete PTCGO, what does that mean? Means I've moved on? No, I can't move on. We did unfortunately start our Slitherwing. That's not what we want. I don't know if I can actually play Dino Box, right? Dino Box is unserious, right? Somebody tell me that Dino Box is unserious. Dino Box is unserious. Right, guys? Dino Box has to be unserious. I take that back right now. But what if it is serious? All right, let's just poll chat. This is an unfortunate opening hand, most definitely. But it's also kind of fine. Am I playing against a control deck? Is this like Pidgeot control? Like, what's going on here? I think I just lose, right? What have you done? I think I do lose. All right. Well, let's see what they do, you know? I think I kind of have to keep that and then lost vacuum it away. And let's just start milling them. You're a Charizard deck? God. What kind of deck are you? Well, I thought it was control, I guess. Because there's no Charmander. Because they have a V-Star power that they could have used, and they didn't use it to go get a Charmander. So I was like, it can't be Charizard, right? All right, I only got like 27 respondents to the Is Dino Box Serious poll, so I'm not feeling like we got enough numbers. Come on. Come on, voters. Give me some numbers. Right now, it's neck and neck. We've got 20 seconds left. All right, we got 50 respondents now. It is literally half and half. I think it's just Pidgeot Entei. Yeah. All right, we have 42 respondents saying that Dino Box is serious and 33 saying it is not, in fact, serious. All right, well, now that I know I'm not playing against a control deck, I suppose I'll go get out some other Pokemon. Seems fine. This is why they say every 5 years. I'm just going to keep doing this, you know. I think eventually I'll win. If we just keep stomping off. Is Dino Box different from Ancient Box? Dino Box just means... And no, it's the same deck. But Dino Box has to have the... Oh, man, we've just got more Entei. Dino Box has to have the Dino in it, or else it's not Dino Box. It's got to have Koraidon in it. But there are some Ancient Box, I guess, like the Roaring Moon Dunsparce deck is not a Dino Box, right? But it is technically an Ancient Box. Oh, thank goodness. All right. I'll explore. Ooh, the drum. It's nice too. Very good. Let's drum. Very nice. Pokestop. Very cool. Ultra Ball. Get a guy. Earthen Vessel. Get these. Oh, you never go wide. No. You don't want to go wide. This is wide as we go. We as a community need to get consistent about naming these decks. Ah. Giving Pokemon TCG decks cute names, that's a thing of the past. We don't do cute names anymore, okay? Listen, the only reason this has any bling is because I imported it from JD, who plays with bling, okay? I didn't put the bling in myself. Yes. Cute names died out a long time ago. Right. We call Gardevoir decks Gardy. That's great. I like functional names. What do you want me to... what do you want to call... Well, what do you want to call this deck? Dino Box seems fine. That's about as cute as it gets. Ancient Box? Dino is easier to say than ancient. I prefer Dino. Dino's fun. They're all kind of dinosaurs, right? Like, I guess even Roaring Moon's kind of a dinosaur. Jurassic Box? Now you're too far in the woods. No, I'm not calling it Jurassic Park or... Yeah. You're too far in the woods with that Jurassic Box. Can't do that. I did see some people trying to call it like Jurassic Park or something. That's a no can do. Is it a toolbox? Not really. It's just a Roaring Moon deck. All right, now we should just go knockout, knockout, knockout game. Yep. I will have to, like, counter catcher eventually around this Zard. Why do we keep calling decks box when they aren't actually toolbox decks? You could call... What? There are four... What? How many different... There are 4 different dinosaurs. Is that not enough box for you? Sometimes it's Fluttermane. Sometimes it's Koraidon. Sometimes it's even... Slitherwing. Dino Pile. I think there are probably... You could probably get some people on the Dino March. You could probably get some people to start calling it Dino Pile, I think. Baby Moon? No, I'm killing that off. I think the baby is ridiculous. Baby stuff died with Baby Blacephalon. I'm not going back to calling decks Baby Blank. Not happening. No, I'm done with the babies, bro. I'm done with the babies. It's fun. 300. Guess you just want one darkness energy. Do you think my opponent's going to mill me out? Like, no way, right? I'm trying to just guarantee that I have the boss for game, but I guess there's no guarantee it. If I hadn't have lost owned my freaking Greninja like that. You think they're going to wish cash me? Thank you, Healy Mick, for the 26 months. Appreciate it. And they do play reversals. Why do they play reversals? Wait, I think they do play Chi-Yu, right? They wouldn't have promoted the Charizard if I was getting Chi-Yu'd here. Wait. Hold up. Oh, my God. Now I freaking lose, bro. I knew I should have put one more moon back in the deck. This is so... Man, bro. I should have held the second rod, I know. I got way too greedy. I underestimated their deck. I did. And then they go get... I guarantee you they Thornton a third time. Oh, my God. All right. I played myself. I did. I played myself. All right. I played myself. No, I'm not playing that deck, bro. I just needed to put another Roaring Moon into play, which I could have easily done, but I was like, nah, bro, I don't even need another moon. Just put the other moon into play. I was like, cool. All I need to do is make sure I have boss's orders for game on the Entei. I'm not like, oh yeah, they're gonna Thornton their Entei out of play. Without Pidgeot, mind you. Well, I had enough moon to win the game. Before they Thorntoned again. I'm actually not sure if we can beat Lugia, so this should be interesting. I have I have no idea how this matchup's going to go. We're going second against Lugia. I've got a little bit of a, awkward opening hand, but it's fine. I can make this work. Just go get a couple of Darkness Energy, and then Ultra Ball, and get... Yeah, second moon, that's fine. And we just Sada to both of them and hope that we see some cool cards. That'd be great. And cool cards are exactly what we see. Do love that. As much as I would like to keep this superior energy retrieval, I do think that this card has got to go in favor of the rods. I want to discard. The fighting energy is fine with concealed cards. We can just get that kind of out of play. And, ooh, very nice. We get a couple of guys. We've prized 2 explorers. Grab a Koraidon. And then Pokestop. Cool. That's fine. And it is a little bit sketchy because if I attach that and swing, which is fine to do, but then I don't have a guaranteed supporter next turn. So I think we're kind of just trusting that this gear buffs out, which is fine. YOLO. Let's get into it. 140 damage. And then I assume that my opponent's going to get their dudes into the discard pile and start attacking. I have used the Slitherwing, actually, against Iron Hands. That has been the reason that card is there. It also, like, in a pinch, is okay against Arceus. If you're just trying to, like, chalk up some 2-hit KOs early on in the game. Like, it's not the worst starter against Arceus, is what I'm saying. But I'm not usually putting it into play against Arceus. Usually, the whole deck is basically just a Moon deck. But honestly, we're already maxed out on Moon, Fluttermane, and Koraidon, so it's just an additional ancient card, which helps us to get to those big numbers at the end of the game anyways. My opponent has got the flawless, magical turn 2 setup for a Lugia deck. Yeah, this is great, right? I mean, just exactly what they want. They've got it all. And they are just swinging with the Lugia. And I am just hoping that this gear provides. Come on. Okay, that is very good. It's like I could... No, we just concealed cards. Trust the process, right? Oh, yeah. In the process, we trust. We'll get our Roaring Moon out of the deck. And let's see what this gear provides. Sada. Let's go. And we can Sada here. Wonderful. And I've got another Sada. Great. I probably want to rod back in both those Moon. And one Darkness is fine. We're going to get rid of this stinky vacuum. Go get another moon. And put that down. And we will Vengeance Fletching for 150. And there we go. We should be in the clear to just win this game now. The fact that we got up 2 prizes is very good for us. We are kind of leading the trade, and they still have a Luminion on their side of the board that they have to get rid of, or else we could always boss that up. So they still have that. And so long as I can just keep streaming Roaring Moon, I just win, which is nice. So I do love that. I love winning. Winning is great. Chinchino's only got 110 hit points. Yup. Very easy knockouts for my moon. Even Snorlax with 150 HP. Doesn't matter. And at this point, I don't even care how many cards my opponent is drawing or any of that. I just need to make sure that in an ideal world, I have enough Roaring Moon to be able to attack 4 times, right? It's very easy to kind of map out your game with this deck. You're like, all right, I've got 4 prizes left to take. Worst case scenario, I need to attack 4 more times, which means that I need to be able to have 4 attackers, right? So say they are able to collapse away that Luminion. That means I need to attack 4 times. This all makes it very easy to guarantee that, because we could just Artisan out the other moon and Sawdust Vitality to those. I could even get the other moon out. Sure, like why not, right? Put that thing back into the deck. And I did get rid of the Superior this game. I'm going to Sawda both those energy into play. That's fine. We can just do that. Kind of just play it while we have it. Not you. And then just don't need that. Sawdust Vitality. Get these guys into play. And Vengeance Fletching for the knockout. 160 damage. That's cool. We could have maybe put the fighting energy back into the deck with that rod, just so that I have kind of like 1 extra concealed cards target throughout the course of the game. This next turn, I can afford 2 Explorers. Since I've got 2 moon with energy on them, I just need to make sure that I do find an energy. And then I will want to play Sawda again. That is going to be a big deal. I do need to be careful with the energy situation. Need to make sure that I use that Sawda again to get extra energy into play. There's also Pal Pad floating around, so maybe we can find that. But we're kind of just trying to build our board so that just in case there's an Iono, that we don't need to worry too much about it. Awakening Drum is great, and we're going to play it now because for the rest of the game, we're just going to be seeing less and less Moon. We're going to have less ancient Pokemon in play as the game goes on, so certainly want that. And we can go get these energy out of the deck, and I'm okay to concealed cards the fighting. And at this point, I can very easily just boss up the Luminion and and kind of just seal it. Then I only have to attack one more time. So we're going to do that. Bring that up. Do that. We'll stop to just thin the deck even more. Sad we got rid of the Soda, but it doesn't really matter because I'm just going to put 2 more Soda back into the deck. And I'm still taking the KO. Vengeance Fletching for 200. I'll take my 2 prizes. And I just have 1 more knockout to take. They shouldn't be able to promote anything with enough they shouldn't be able to promote anything with enough HP that I can't just knock it out. So that is game. GG's. What I don't like about the reason I don't like the Cobalion in here is because it's got a retreat cost of 2. And like you could just lose. You can't like accelerate to it. Your opponent can just very easily stick that. And this deck doesn't play a single switch. Like any savvy opponent can stick that. The amount of resources you have left at the end of any of these games means that if your opponent just goes like stray counter catcher Cobalion, they could just do that Hail Mary, and sometimes that will just win them the game. Well, I think you could just beat Zard without Cobalion. All right, I am up first. And we've got an all right lead. I think I'm going to Ultra Ball away both these Koraidon for Radiant Greninja, which is a little bit sketchy, but it's fine. I don't even want Koraidon in play for real. So I'm just going to do that and then start drawing cards with concealed cards. And that's fine. Hisuian Heavy Ball is nice. We can get that Moon. And I do have Pokestop as well, which I'm fine to just throw down. Excellent finds there. Put the Moon into play. And I don't really want to Explorer's Guidance like honestly more than once this next turn. Like I want to Explorer's Guidance and then probably Sawda the following turn. So I'm okay getting rid of 1 there. And we'll pass. And it looks like, am I playing against James Cox? With Zard? Cool. That should be fun. See how this matchup goes. If he decides to play. Going for the stop. And does get an Ultra Ball. So he's not without plays. That is fine. Can use the Ultra Ball to maybe go get a Charmander or a Luminion or a Rotom. Something like that. Decides to discard Airy. And Bibarel, I think, would have obviously liked to hit a Buddy Buddy Poffin off of that Pokestop. But did not. Just has to live with the Ultra Ball instead. It looks like he's going to Ultra Ball for Charizard. Does have Charmander. And a Collapse to try and slow me down. Cool. Got a fighting off the top. Let's go concealed. Discard the fighting. There could certainly be some value in trying to go for knockout on this Pidgey, but I'm just not going to do that. We're going to value setting up more, so let's just explore. And we want Sada. Man. Okay. We want Sada and Ultra Ball. We can live with one rod. Definitely. Let's Ultra Ball away these. Thank you, Jake GNA, for the sub in the 4 months. Appreciate it. We're going to put the Roaring Moon into play and then drum. Cool. And put Ancient Booster Energy Capsule and he didn't have a supporter. Could go find one this next turn. Had Airy, decided not to play it to keep these other cards, probably like a rare Candy Pidgeot or something. Funny enough, the Fluttermane is actually like kind of relevant in this situation, because if James goes like evolve into Pidgeot, can't quick search, then retreats to the bench, and then can't use Charizard. So it's like, you know, probably a tough situation. We'll attach here and pass. Right. And we'll see what comes of this. We've got Rare Candy Charizard, so that ability actually has to be used first. Because with Fluttermane active, James cannot use an ability in the active spot. So now we'll be able to retreat the Pidgey, and if James has Rare Candy Pidgeot, then can retreat the Pidgey to the bench and then use Quick Search. Which is cool. He's got Retreat and Burning Darkness, and that's it. So not a lot else going on in this hand, which I am cool with. And what we love about this situation is that Roaring Moon has got the Ancient Capsule on it, which means that since I haven't taken a knockout without a tool removal or something like that, James will not be taking the KO. So let's go here, grab another Moon, and we'll go Sada's Vitality to accelerate to these. We find Superior, which is really good. I'm doing 170 damage, a healthy amount of damage. I think we probably want to... Got 2 Sada and my boss down. I probably wants to Palpad back in like Sada and boss. Or like double Sada is fine too. I can just kind of maneuver around with my double counter catcher, I think. We'll go those. That's fine. And then conceal cards. And we've got Superior Energy Retrieval to discard those. Get these back. Ancient Booster there to protect that. And I can attach an energy here. And then we're just going to town. No, you don't want to counter catcher the Pidgey here, because you want to make sure that the Charizard doesn't take a knockout, right? So, like, since I haven't taken a KO yet, Charizard's locked at 180 damage. We don't want to bring them up to 210 so that they can knock out my Moons with the capsules. I want to force them to have a vacuum to get around that. And also pressure their only attacker. Keep in mind, this Charizard has not played a supporter, right? So, like, is in fact struggling. So we want to pressure that attacker 100% of the time. And here, we're just going to thin a little bit more. No, we're not. That's right. All my darkness are gone. That's fine. Vengeance Fletching. 190. And they don't have anything else going on their side of the board. We find Gear and Stop, which are very good cards for us. And then does find the rare candy Pidgeot. Okay, so like, it's not in a good spot by any means, but with the Pidgeot outs, they can continue doing stuff. But where do they go from here? They do not have a potential Charizard play, so they cannot Charizard return knockout my Roaring Moon. They cannot power up. They cannot power up Radzard either, because Radiant Zard needs 3 energy in order to swing. So they just have to go set up. You know, Buddy Buddy Poffin, Devo TM, not a card that matters here, but yes. And it's going to be a Cleffa turn, which makes a lot of sense. Now, I could go for boss and target down the Charmander. We could do that. Don't want any of those guys. Probably should have saved the nest ball. That's fine. And we do have the boss. So, like, do we use our only boss on Charmander? Probably, because then we're guaranteed. But then all I have is, I think you probably use the only boss on Charmander, and then I don't have, like, other draw going on, though, right? So I actually think we don't. I think we just continue setting up, right? Because if we don't, well, there's only 11 cards left in the deck, I guess, right? So, like, yeah, we probably take the boss. We take the boss. Okay. There's only, oh, there's not 11 cards. Okay, there was only, I hate TCG Live. Anyways, all right, there's 17 cards left in the deck, but that's fine. That's fine. Still fine. And we boss this, and we should be still good for another turn or so, so that's okay. Don't need this card. We've got 2 Sada left in the deck and 1 Rod. So I need to be careful not to mill those, because I have used my Pal Pad already. So I do have to be aware of that. I probably shouldn't be burning the nest ball, because I could get Radiant Greninja back out. So we should probably hold that, but it's fine. There's darkness there. They shouldn't really be able to promote a Pokemon that I can't KO. But it's not like we can afford to just not draw for the rest of the game. So that's why I definitely should have saved the nest ball in case we found a Rod for Radiant Greninja. So that was my mistake, and that could end up being a game-breaking error if James is able to stick me in a spot without draw. Right, because Iono is very strong. And I'm not at the bottom of my deck yet. So there's still a chance that I get Iono'd into some bad cards. We've already used our Pal Pad, so we have no more boss. I've got 2 counter catchers, but I'm winning, so it's going to be hard to use those. Wouldn't really be able to utilize those until the very end of the game. I have 1 Rod left in the deck. James should not be able to take a knockout this turn, so I don't have to worry about that. I get another bonus turn to swing. James isn't very far behind. I mean, really has taken, 2 prizes, so still is like in the game weirdly, even though Charizard has pretty much not done anything so far. That's just how broken Charizard is. Being on an odd prize doesn't matter for me because I know I will eventually have to contend with this Radiant Charizard anyway, so that's fine. The tough thing happens if... No, I think it should be fine, right? Because, yeah, James should have no way to make me have to deal with the Radzard this turn. So we should be all right. This is a fun play. Discarding the Pokestop, yes, because now... And here it is! Yes, I told you about the game-breaking punish. I did. I told you about it. Where I waste the nest ball for no reason and get insanely punished for it. Okay. So we will go here. And we will not put our thing down yet. And I don't necessarily want to play... I think I could play the Super Rod and just put the Radiant Greninja and the Fighting Energy back into the deck, which I think is probably fine. I could also put the Roaring Moon back into the deck if I... Vessel to just get another card down. I think that's fine. Thank you, Sky, for that sub and the 33 months. Appreciate it. I think that's probably fine. And then Vengeance Fletching for 200. I do have 2 Sada left. But I have to find them. And that's the thing is like, I got to find them. I am not at the bottom of my deck by any means. I think like wasting that nest ball was potentially a game-losing waste there. And it is just like every single little thing you do with the Dino Box deck, every single little play has to be perfect, right? You don't want to like... on one hand, you're like trying to thin so that you don't get Ionoed into garbage, but on the other hand, you're like... You need to conserve every resource for just the right thing. There's certainly a situation where like Turo kind of like bodies me here coming down the line and I'm not able to like maneuver things in the way that I need to win. Okay. Hey, let's go. Excellent. Not correct. Okay. $230. We're not even close. Okay. All right. Should be okay so long as we just keep slugging for the rest of the game. I need to knock out a 2-prizer and a 1-prizer and I win. So we should be fine. The only way that I get really... Like, I should be okay. Even with Turo, I should be okay. But it is tough. And isn't it crazy? Like, this has been like the worst game for Charizard. Right? The worst. It is still close. It'd be much less close if I took the if I didn't waste that nest ball. That I'm really kicking myself for that. I should not have done that. That was my fault. I like opened the door slightly to get finessed. And Charizard is like the ultimate finesse deck, so you have to... I know. I burn nest balls for no reason. I know. Problem is, too, there's only one Charizard in play, so they do need to get a second Charizard going, right? If they want to, like, end the game with a big Charizard that I can't one-hit KO. I think that's, like, their... That's, like, the play, right? So, funny enough, here, it's actually correct for me to countercatcher Radzard. Yeah. Or the Charmander. Yes, the Charmander. So, that's really good for us. Because then countercatcher's live again. So, all we need is this card and this card to win. And we put this down. Well, we countercatcher this card. And then we actually can put that down. It's fine. And then I don't want to draw. We just want to... Well, I've got my final Sada. I can afford to draw two. Okay, that actually was really good. Yeah, all right. And then... Vengeance Fletching for knockout. All right, and I know that I've got... So they can't Turo both their guys. But they can... there's no way they got, like, Turo Collapse. There's no way. And I should be able to get to 330 at the end of the game regardless, so I could even knock out a fresh Charizard. Their win condition was to try and, like, force me into an Iona 1 situation. That's why you never really want to... You never want to go to 1 against Charizard, right? Because they can go, like, Iona to 1, and then you, like, can't knock out. Right, so he just goes Sonar. I go Sada into my... Oh, but... Okay. I just Vengeance Fletching here. And it should be fine, right? I can burn that. I can't Sada now, but that doesn't matter. So I think you attach the booster. I have to save this energy. I think I attached the booster to Greninja. I think this is fine. But I still, like... No, you don't attach to the Ninja yet. I can always attach to the Ninja. But the problem is, I might not be able to get the ancient cards I need into the discard pile in order to win. right? Because if James goes knock out my Greninja with a fresh Charizard, then the only Gus card I have left in my deck, and I deck out, right? Are we at 330 now? We're at 300, right? But we're assuming counter catcher now with a fresh Zard, which means that I'm bodied. And I deck out. I think I prized an Ultra Ball, which is why we have to play 4 Ultra Ball. I did prize an Ultra Ball. We have to play 4 Ultra Ball. We have to. I think not playing 4 Ultra Ball is just kind of troll. See, and then they just pass and I lose. Yeah. Which is so sick. Like, grats on James for finding the... But that's like... And he just decks me out. Yeah, well played. Yeah, that was sick. Yo, GG's, James. Yeah, and we prized an Ultra Ball. If I don't prize an Ultra Ball, we can get there. I had an Ultra Ball. My last prize was Ultra Ball for game. So, like, that sucks. But honestly, like, it was an insane comeback for you, for sure. I think you have to play 4 Ultra Ball. 4 Ultra Balls, not playing 4 Ultra Ball is crazy. You have to play 4 Ultra Ball. There's, like, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So... Yeah. This deck, and that's my problem with the Dino Box deck, like, as a whole, is that you can finesse it, right? Like, you can just finesse it. Like, any like, really heads-up player can just body you. Because, like, you need your opponent to kind of play into certain things. Like, you need your opponent to, like, to play ball, right? So that you can pull off the wins, especially to hit those 330 numbers against Charizard. But I think, like, yeah, that's it. That's it for me. That vacuum's got to go. It's got to be Ultra Ball for sure. You. You. That's fine. I think, like, I keep finding myself at the end of the game needing, like, one extra way to discard cards. I think I needed to be able to, like, make sure that I could get to 330 at the end of the game without James taking a knockout. So that meant that I just needed to have, like, an extra Ultra Ball or, like, something at the end of the game. And unfortunately, we just didn't have that. This matchup should be great. Should be. I have to say, I do not think the vacuum has ever mattered for me. Like, really. The vacuum, 2 Ultra Balls prized. You're killing me, dog. But that's why Charizard's the BDIF, bro. Deck is Nutter Butters. It can finesse. It has like, it has the highest HP, the highest damage output, and like the most control qualities as well. That's why Charizard's so crazy. Charizard definitely is like the deck that finesses like how Guardy used to finesse. Like Guardy used to be the finesse deck, where like you could Iono and you could like craft wing cons out of anything. I do think that it was a misplay to use that boss, though. I think you can trace the entire loss there to like, I think using the boss on the Charmander is a misplay. Because like it's 1 prize and 1 prize. Like it didn't end up mattering, right? Like I had to save that boss for win. So like my instinct was that it was greedy and I needed to abide by that. You have to save that boss for the end of the game just in case. It didn't end up mattering. Oh, yeah, this matchup's crazy, bro. Yeah, so you have to like, if I save the, yeah. And then I also have a higher chance of getting more ancient cards into the discard pile because instead of playing the boss that turn, I play the explorers. So I definitely I win that game if I don't go for the greedy play. You just have to go for the conservative play. Every single time with this deck, you have to go for the conservative play. Don't try to take the lead. Don't try to get ahead. Don't freaking do it. Don't do it. Let your opponent win. All right, and you're going to really, this is what we're doing? And you're going to Turo up the Guardy. I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point, right? Like, there's nothing you can do as the Guardy deck. So long as I just keep churning out Roaring Moons, like it does not matter. Probably a little wider than I need to be right now. But it just doesn't matter. I just need to keep attacking, so. Like, if I can poke a Screamtail for 10 with Koraidon, that's fine. I don't think my opponent's ever going to let me use these counter catchers. if I'm being honest. I do have to be careful. You have to be very careful because they could do like the counter catcher up your guy and Iono you and try to stick you while they finesse. So you have to be very careful of that. Do I think Arc Armor Rouge is an actual deck? It's an actually okay deck, but I don't think it. I would not consider Arc Armor Rouge for a tournament personally. I do not consider it to be that real. No. I think that deck is. Jesse, you lost to it a cup, but you were also playing Dialga, so like it doesn't really count as losing, right? Of course you lost to the fire deck. You're playing Dialga. Why was stuff not charging? Charge. Oh, we got the Hero's Cape. I know. Dialga hates to see Delphox. It does. It absolutely does. Why did I play Dialga to EUIC? Because the deck is freaking sick. Any questions? All right. You guys hear that loud thudding down there? All right. They are doing construction. Construction is occurring. A little more wide than I want to be right now, but this is fine. Even if they Turo the Guardy again, I'm winning, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Just do that. Because they can't take more than one prize a turn, right? So what does it matter? They are locked in going 1, 2, 3. They have 4 prizes left to take. I've got 2. I guess this is the scariest thing is that, okay, this is the scariest thing because I think I'm out of energy in my deck. So their play could be to countercatcher Radiant Greninja, Iono me to 2. And then use Screamtail to knock out a Roaring Moon. And that's scary, right? Because I need a Rod. Well, I do have a Rod still in my deck, but I didn't want to waste a Rod on 1 darkness or 1 fighting energy. So I'm like waiting for them to take 1 more knockout on a Pokemon, then I'll play the Rod. But it's like little situations like that where you just get finessed playing this deck all the time. Which is very annoying. The other Rod may be prized, yeah. Looks like they're going double Drifloon, though. No Screen Tail in sight. And, oh, okay. Here's the Radiant Greninja. Getting counter-catchered, as I said. But I do not see a Scream Tail, so maybe they're trying to find one. Should be okay. I've got a pair of great supporters. But I do still need to find an energy. Marco Spectre. Sada does not accelerate to non-ancient Pokemon. You cannot Sada to Greninja. So now they're just going to pass. Very fun. Explorer's Guidance. All right. I only have literally one energy left, so I like have to find the rod. Okay. Pain. Pass. And then, let's see. So I have one fighting down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I last prize 2 darkness energy? No wonder I'm feeling it, right? No, because there's a rod in there. So I must have prized 1 dark, 1 rod. Yeah, 1 dark, 1 rod. Yeah, it's 1 dark, 1 rod. But I did this to myself. Should have never put this Koraidon into play. Do you see how finessable this deck is? Do you see? Do you see how finessable it is? There is always a way to finesse this deck. I know I still got it. We're going to be just fine. Because they're going to send some energy to the discard pile now, which is fine. It doesn't matter. We're good. And they're going for the Scream Tail finesse. That's okay. I've got a Darkness Energy and I've got a Rod prize. So, like, either one that I hit, they're both access to energy. And they, like, have to put energy into the discard pile for me right here. They could not have won by pass turn and Boss Greninja. No, they could not have won that way because my prizes are Rod and Dark. So no matter what, I have a way to retreat that Greninja twice. No matter what. So Rotenoni, that's not true. I have a Rod. I can Rod in the fighting energy and I will get it. And then I will retreat the Greninja. I will get that fighting energy. I will. And then I can retreat the Greninja and attack. And then no matter what I attack with, I think my opponent, like, conceded the game. Or something. They timed out. Yes. No. I will never get finessed again. I will never get finessed again. I'm unfinessable. I do want one extra ancient card, though. That's the cringe part. One more ancient card feels so good, but I mean, you have to start putting in, like, if you want one more ancient card, it's got to be the Slitherwing. That's the only other one, right? Any advice for getting out of your head during a game? Yeah, Nick, just playing with like friends who watch you play and can help point out other playing with, like, you know, friends you trust to point out your misplays really helps with that. For me, I get to play with hundreds of people who help me point out my misplays all the time, so that's definitely a buff. Yes, I should never have put that Koraidon down. Yes, that was my fault. But and that's the, like, one of the most common misplays with Dino Box is going too wide. Definitely. But also, like, I feel like when I'm, like, coaching somebody, back when I did coaching, but when I'm, like, coaching somebody, I always tell them, you start off every turn by asking yourself, like, okay, you know, like, what am I trying to accomplish? You know, you start turns by asking yourself questions like, what am I trying to accomplish? What am I trying to do this turn? What is my opponent trying to do this turn? How do I advance my game state while defending against what my opponent's trying to do? By, like, asking yourself good questions, you'll get to good answers. Let's go. Opened Fluttermane against a Lost Zone Tina deck. That's pretty hype. Haven't gotten to do that yet. So maybe my opponent will just sit there doing nothing. Or maybe they'll go Colress, you know, and just kind of get in there with that. We'll see. Concealed cards. I don't know that I even want to give them Pokestop. But also, I'm not threatening the turn 2 Hex Hurl unless I do find another Darkness Energy to attach. So I think that's probably fine. Hype. Okay. I'm also not threatening a turn 2 Hex Hurl anyway. So let's just do this. Pass. Because I've got Explorer's Guidance as my supporter. So that's okay. Just kind of get these Fluttermane out, see what they can do. And they're just going to go Abyss Seek, right? Which is the sketchy thing. Because they just start Abyss Seeking. And eventually they will be able to Radiant Greninja for 2 on these Fluttermane. So That's tough. Let's explore some guidance. Definitely want Sada. Definitely want a Moon. That's cool. And conceal cards. Pokestop. Cool. We do want to find an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule so that we can like put those on some of these Fluttermanes, try to defend against the Moonlight Shuriken double knockout. That'd be great. We'll put this guy down. We've got this guy. Great. And attach an energy to Roaring Moon. I can go get another one. Another one. Cool. We'll pass. I feel like one of the most common errors that I feel like I see newer players make is that they kind of overuse their Gust cards, or they go like a little overly aggressive. They feel like if they have a boss, they have to play it. They feel like if they have a counter catcher active, they have to play it. And it's because maybe it's just being short-sighted or just kind of thinking in the moment rather than long-term. But you really have to like kind of think. You try to think the entire game out, right? And it's like the game is 6 prizes, right? You have until it's like Magic the Gathering. You have 20 life. You can give up 19, right? Thank you, Stevie the Sloth, for that Prime sub. You can give up 19 life in Magic, right? And still win. You can give up 5 prizes in Pokemon and still win. So you got to think about games that way. Your prize cards are kind of like your life. You can give up as many as 5. You just can't give up the 6th. And you need to, think about your deck as like a limited pool of resources, and you have that limited pool of resources to take all of the game's prizes. There we got an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which is great. Because we're going to have to put that there. And then let's just Pokestop. Heavy Ball. And let's see where we're at. Ultra Ball. Get another one. Another one. I've got 1 dark in the deck. Vessel. Away that. Get this guy. Retreat. 190. We can do it, right? Yes, if I put all 3 of these into the discard pile. And I'm gonna... All right, let's do... Well, actually, if I do that... and then get 1 more... and then... I can Superior Way, because now we're at 210. So then we can Superior Way... those. Get the dark back. And ta-da! 220 damage. It's pretty sick. Okay, we'll take our prizes now. And Oh yeah, 4 Ultra Ball. I'm telling you, it got to be 4. It's got to be 4 Ultra Ball. Yeah, 4 Ultra Ball is crazy. You got to be able to hit those numbers when you want to hit the numbers, right? You like can go Ultra Ball for a Pokemon, then Ultra Ball that Pokemon away. There's so many different things you can do. We should be all right from here. Even if my opponent's able to like Radiant Greninja and like knock out double Flutter Mane, like I'm still chilling. We're in a great spot. Your guys are just so big. I mean, 140 HP. Sableye doesn't one hit KO it. Cramorant doesn't one hit KO it. You get to dictate the pace of the game with early Flutter Mane, which is super good. Right, it's nuts. Greninja plus Sableye and Super Rod. No, they don't just win. They have the opponent. They have to like. They're losing 4-6. Yo, what's up, Life with Aussies? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the lovely compliment. Roxanne, Prime Catcher, and Greninja Sableye. Sure, I mean, obviously, isn't that how Tina tries to win every single one of their games? They try to like stick something. That's every single game with Tina. I'm gonna get down to there being like barely any cards left in my deck. But then I've got Ancient Booster Energy Capsules, so I can put those onto Pokemon that I'm trying to like, you know, save from getting hit by double Moonlight Shuriken or whatever. All right, so like they're gonna vacuum my and it's fine. Honestly, like if you take 2 on my Flutter Mane, okay, that does not matter at all. Because I'm still ahead. You can definitely make the argument you only want to put down 1 Flutter Mane. And I don't know if they play bundle, right? So that's why that went there, but it's okay. Let's just explore. I'll take these. Honestly, do I have Palpad still? Yeah. Get a little greedy. Now we'll take those. Okay. And then just slap these down. Just make them very annoying to take out. Can conceal cards once. And there's our Palpad. And I don't want to put another Pokemon in play that could get stuck. I could Rod an energy back in. I've got an energy right here. They probably want to stick Radiant Greninja active if they can. So I think I will play this Rod just to put these 2 back in. Just so that if I do get Iono'd, I'll have access to another energy. And then we'll Vengeance Fletching. I don't have to worry about decking out because I have Palpad in my hand. So shouldn't matter. I found another energy off the prizes, which is really good. because it gives me another out to be able to retreat Radiant Greninja. And that's kind of like, you just have to keep an eye on that. Make sure you have enough energy to retreat that Radiant Greninja when they try to stall it. With the Roaring Moon, each having 200 HP, does make it pretty tough for my opponent to chew through those. And they can't just... I mean, even with 140 HP, Sableye is, like, not getting there. So I think, like, their entire... their entire game plan kind of revolves around trying to get that Radiant Greninja to stick for, like, multiple turns. I could attach an energy to Radiant Greninja, like, preemptively. That's fine. I think I'm okay just by rotting that extra energy into the deck. I felt pretty good about that. Now I've got 3 energy in the deck. Like, that's pretty good. But there is, of course, a chance that I whiff. We do have 4 vessels down. And this is where they just start cooking. And try to knock out my moons. So gear probably finds us either Sada or either Sada or Explorers, right? I've got 1 of each in the deck. If gear whiffs both, good lordy. I meant to take the boss, bro. This is bad. This is terrible. This is how we lose right here. This is how we lose. All right, what's my stops? What's my... I have 1 gear left. Because I have 1 gear left. I have 1 gear. Not taking the boss hurt. Goodness. So sad. I think we preemptively attached to the... All right, we're so back. Goodness, okay. We are so back. What? I have 2 energy in the bottom of my deck. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Okay. Pass. I just lose. That's crazy. I won't get finessed. I will not get finessed again. Me 10 minutes ago. I naively assumed that 3 energy, 2 gears, and 2 supporters in my deck was enough to get me out of it. I naively assumed that. That's fine. We are learning. And there's the energy. Goodness. Well, like, I can't really win. Let's see. I don't think it's possible for me to win. No, yeah, we can just scoop it up. Because I'll deck out. But I'll deck out too, right? Well, I have one rod left. We'll have to check. See if the rod is left in the deck. It's fine. After this one, I'm not getting finessed again. No more getting finessed. I'm done. I'm officially, I found all the different ways to get finessed. Oh, this is cringe. Yes, I found all the different ways to get finessed. Yeah. I can't even imagine getting finessed one more time. That would be crazy. Yes, now I have found all the different ways. See, it's just part of the process. Oh yeah, Ancient Box hates to see Lost City, for sure. So you got to attach to the Radiant Greninja preemptively. Got it. You can't just like assume that you'll draw the energy. You can't. Because you won't. Because you won't. You won't draw the energy. Got it. You never draw it. Got it. Got it. You just have to assume you're going to get as bodied as possible with this deck. It's part of the process. Yes, assume everything is going to go as terribly as possible. All right, I'm never getting finessed again. No way. Starting right now, I'm never getting fooled again. Yes. Starting now. That's what you guys didn't get it. Starting right now. Unless I play against a Spathra, okay? I can't beat that deck. I've tried. Looks like maybe I'm up against the Guardy deck. Better not be a Spathra. A Spathra plays Mimikyu, doesn't it? Goodness. The Espathra matchup is one of the worst matchups I think I've ever had the misfortune of playing. It is not good. So we're just hoping that it's Guardy. Yeah. Can Ultra Ball away those guys. Go get Radiant Greninja. Use Rad Ninja. Attach. Go ahead. And then let's see what my opponent's playing. It's going to be a turn 1 Evo TM. Yeah, it's Guardy, guys. It's Guardy. We are chilling. Has anyone actually ever played the Charizard versus Spothra matchup? I bet you Charizard still finds a way to win that. It's free for Zard. Goodness. All right, let's start by exploring. And I'll take those. And Nest Ball for another moon. And Awaken my drum. Cool. We're going to want a Sada next. So we'll Pokestop. Yeah, it's going to be Sada next turn. So we got to go there. We'll go there. And it doesn't really matter how many cards I have in the, discard pile now. I have like enough to be able to do what I need to do in this match. Cool. We prized our other moon. That's fine. Let's do our 160. And see what it gets. There's a Nest Ball. We do want a Sada next turn. Ideally, we would like to Sada on onto 2 moon, but if I find a Sada off this gear and I have to bench this Koraidon, it's not the end of the world. Koraidon can do stuff. It can take knockouts against many of the attackers in this weak little deck. The Guardy deck. I call it a weak little deck because the Pokemon are very weak and little. Like Drifloon. Alright. Itsy bitsy little Drifloon with its tiny, tiny 70 hit points. Which gets even smaller when Gardevoir accelerates energy onto it. So we really don't have to do a lot of damage. Koraidon can get there. It is nice playing a deck where TM Devo means nothing. That feels good. That card's kind of scary. Not going to lie, when playing like Baxcalibur or whatever. And here comes Gardevoir EX. Sure. And Screamtail. All right. Curly's fat retreat cost of 2. Kind of hilarious. And they're spinning my stop to go get a Vessel. And here comes Drifloon with all the damage counters because of Psychic Embrace. All right. And they will take their knockout. I'm not attacking this next turn unless I find Sada. So, going to want to find that. I haven't seen one yet, though. We'll see a Sada. No problem. Let's also... That's good. Nest Ball for a Koraidon. I got 4 Sada in the deck. Now, the issue here is that every single dark energy I have is also in the discard pile, so that's not great. No, it is not. I'm done with this deck, bro. I'm done, man. I can't. It's fine. Losing is actually winning when you're talking about this deck. Because you've got Counter Catcher. All right. Okay. That's fine. I hate it here. Pokestop. And next match, right? Next match. I'm not getting finesse yet. Next match. Yeah. Get that energy drop in. Doesn't really matter if I get the energy drop in. Okay, we'll pass. Okay. I kind of have to low-key save everything. I have 3 Sada on the bottom 12 cards. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, bro. It's fine. I guess yeah, not great. We can still win this. We have one secret weapon in this matchup. The fact that this thing is worth 2 prizes and weak to dark. That's okay. A Balloon Blast. I got to set up a couple more moons. So I got to find a rod. Just fine. We'll find the rod. There it is, right on cue. Okay. Would you like to maybe put some of these moon back into the... Yeah, how about you guys? Just all 3 of you. Yeah, quit your goofing around. Okay? I'm sick of it. And then we're going to Sada to these guys. Okay. Get these back. Conceal. Try to find a moon. I need to drop a moon into play, please. 2 would be great. No, you know if I hit this stop here, I'm going to be moon, moon, moon. So we can't do that. Okay. Great. Remember, folks, losing is winning. We are fine. We are fine. Nothing bad can happen to us because they can't counter catcher. because we're losing. They can't remove their Gardevoir from EX from play every turn. They cannot. I would have considered the stop had I not found the rod, but since I found the rod, I don't need to stop. It's fine. Okay, here is all my moon. This deck is just unplayable garbage. This 4-card hand is irredeemable, man. All right. Top deck, here we go. Oh boy, this deck stinks. I have so many Sada in the deck. This top deck better be a Sada. It better be. And then if I have to stop, then it's just going to be Sada. Hero's Cape. You think they're going to... Let's see. You think they got collapse this turn? No, they ain't got collapse this turn. No way. Okay, 240 damage is fine. Have to find a Sada here, or I'm not doing anything. Sada. Man. Okay. There are 3 Sada in the deck. 3. Okay. Sada. I think I actually lose. Just because there are 3 Sada in the bottom 10 cards of my deck. Hit the button. The button can't save me here. Do you just want to see it? All right, now there are 3 Sada. Now there are 3 Sada in the bottom. Now there are 3 Sada in the bottom 10 cards of my deck, or the bottom 7 cards of my deck. All right, yeah. Okay. It's fine. I think this is for the best, right? Because now I'm not worried about Dino Box for Indy. I'm just I'm not even going to think about it. Before I was really thinking about it. But now I think I can safely just not think about it at all. Right? I think so. Yeah. I think so. There are so many various ways to lose. With Dino Box. So many. Could be time to revisit Dialga. All right, but give me a quick break. I'm going to be right back after this. Thank you all so much for being here. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles while I'm gone. I'll be right back. So back. Thanks for the patience. Let's get into it. All right, what about Pao? What if Pao is fraudulent? You know? What if I should just play? It's too late. I can't concede to Charizard now. I'm in too deep, you know? I've been drinking too much Charizard haterade. I can't concede now. Dialga? Yes, Dialga is a deck after my own heart. It's always a possibility. Azul's take on Dialga? You mean like his list? I think my issue with Dialga is that the deck's insane. And the deck's like wins are so highlight worthy that it makes you feel really good things about the deck all the time. But the deck is also very the deck can be inconsistent. Not unlike Chien Pao. Yeah. Broken deck. All right. Broken deck, bro. It's broken. The deck is broken, bro. The deck is broken. It's broken. Huh. Now, these are pro moves you've never seen before. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Extremely rare. Pro plays right there. Mm-hmm. Why retreat? Get the energy into the discard pile. And so that I could... I'm trying to thin my deck and my hand, right? Oh, man. I don't really mind using the Silene. To just go get another. Like, I'm not doing anything serious. If I were to Radiant Greninja, though, that would be nuts. But, I mean, I guess I'm, like, relatively close to a Radiant Greninja play. Yeah, I'm just going to keep setting up. That's fine. And now I hit 2, huh? Really? Really? All right, that's fine. That's fine. Buddy, buddy. For these buddies right here. And I will chill. Pass. I know I can only get one, but I feel like the vessel's fine. I know, you can choose one. Would have been nice to hit him with the turn 2 Radiant Greninja. Would have loved that. That would have been great. Now they're probably going to come up with, like, they might not take a knockout this turn, right? No, they will. Okay. Sometimes, I mean, Charizard sometimes will just, like, set up. Kind of just be like, yeah, I don't really care. And just end the turn with instant charge instead. Now we got to find, like, an S-Ball for Radiant Greninja would be great. It's really going to open things up for us. An Ultra Ball would be great. An Irido would be great. A lot of great things could happen, you know? For sure. There's also quite a bit of mid that could happen. Finding an Irido would be great. They just force Sealstone for a card and not play it. You betcha. All right. Seems reasonable. Stop is very good for us. Vessel, get rid of that. Go get an energy. We have prized Radiant Greninja. This is Terrible. We've got all 4 Irida. Okay. This is how we lose for sure. This is how it happens. Okay. Goodness. Oh, we've got the Hisuian Heavy Ball, thank God. Okay. Here comes Greninja. All right. And they still don't have a Manaphy down. Which is fine. If we... Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Gonna retreat into Greninja. And do this. And then concealed cards first. And then Pokestop. Just fascinating, you know? Just really fascinating. Yeah, I gotta stop playing this deck too, huh? Yeah, have to. And I just milled 2 Irida. If only we stopped first. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm bodied here. What can we do? All right. I can take 2 prizes with Radiant Greninja, I suppose. I'm already down my Silene. I haven't done anything yet. All right. They left a door open for me to take a double knockout with Radiant Greninja. They did. Okay. Because I can gust up Radzard and hit the Charmander. I guess. I also have Kyogre, so I could do a play where like I Radiant Greninja something and then hit the Rotom and then I Kyogre the Rotom. Yeah, I'm going to have to rod the Greninja back in. Uh-huh, I know, right? Which might not even be possible. This is terrible. This is what devastation feels like. This deck. Someone's trying to tell me something, bro. Just please put me out of my misery, dude. I don't want to play anymore, man. All right, Turo scenarios in the discard pile. Maybe it's stuck, man. No, they could literally just retreat this thing. All right, here we go. It's cool, man. You just do your thing, Kyogre. Yeah, man. Why would anyone play this deck? Why would anyone play anything other than Charizard? Charizard is just the best deck. They're stuck! They're stuck! All right, come on. So am I. All right. I get to draw 2 cards, huh? How is it so bad? How is this deck so tragically bad, bro? Out. All right. If I lose to Charizard with Chien Pao one more time, I'm not playing Chien Pao. Oh boy. Double turbos and Silenes. Was that control? Arceus. Oh, that's right. Nope, it's control. It's not great. Oh, man. Kind of sketch. Well, let's throw this down, see what happens. I hate it here. I just hate it here. This is the worst deck I've ever seen. That's it. Chien Pao. I can't decide if it's... It's the worst deck ever. Guess we need to play Lugia? I don't think I can do that. What do you mean nobody wants to admit Chien Pao is clunky? Of course we all admit Chien Pao is clunky. That's the one truth about Chien Pao. Everybody knows it. All right, here we go. Ain't no way they airy my stuff. Please, 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 please. Please don't airy me, please. Grabber. Dude. Not cool. And now you've seen my hand. It's all laid bare for you to see. This is terrible. Not the airy, bro. Please, not the airy. And the rare candy. This is so sad. Why is today such a sad Monday? Full of sad games. Everything is sad. Everything is depressing. There's a Sandshrew. You gotta be kidding me, bro. We're fine. Everything's cool, man. Everything's great. We still got a shot. Come on now. Yeah, this is super winnable. Super winnable. They know there's two doofers. That's fine. We don't want to like just give them the stall option of Bieberell. We want to force them to work for it. Trust me. Oh, they're just gonna bluster you. Oh God. You're gonna knock out my Frigibacks, you monster. You monster. You are a monster. A lot of Pidgeot lists don't even play Snorlax. All right, then I guess I'm going to put the doofers out. Okay, fine. There's an Ultra Ball. Cool. Great. Nothing wrong can happen here. Beautiful. We ain't gonna airy again, dude. Two water left. All right. There we go. I can't, bro. What am I supposed to do? Huh? What do you want me to do? I can't play the items. I can't not play the items. All right. Guarantee you I concealed cards into... There, I win, bro. I win. Come on. Here we go. Shivery Chill. I'm getting... It's going to be like Bibarel or Ultra Ball. I'm getting something. You got to trust. All right. Irida. For these. Ultra Ball away these. Get that. Attach that. Incisors. You're killing me, bro. All right. It's fine. I still got Silene, too. All right. I should probably rod back in the pile. I probably should just use it now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Probably should have. They ain't going to airy again, dude. Yeah, see? Called it. No airy. They're going to do something dubious, like counter catcher my Bibarel. Man. Oh, you've got to be joking me, dude. Not the Mawile, man. You got to be kidding me. Man. All right, you guys ready to get swinging? Silence prize, you've got to be joking. There's nothing I can do. We're so bodied. If Bibarel just flips heads every time, we've got a shot. We just... Every other time from now on out. Yeah. Yeah, if we just... You know, and if I had like my Silene, we would have had a shot. If I hit the rare candy, we would have had a shot. A lot of different things we could have done. Now they're going to put the Sandshrew back in. They're going to put the Sandshrew back out. Go get the Sandshrew. And what, does that mean that I can't, like, do anything? That's what that means? Okay, that's fine. All right! So they just keep doing this, huh? All right, I just got to keep doing it. All right, that's fine. I'm sure the one prize that I take is probably going to be like... It's going to be the Silene, and then I'm going to double heads on Silene. For sure. Oh, but then I can't even Silene because of the Sandshrew. I just lose. That's it. There's no beating this. This matchup is horrendous. This is like the worst matchup, I think. Just period. Why not power up Excalibur? I'm stuck. They keep making it so that I can't retreat Beeb. And now they're going to bring up this other Beeb and force 3 more energy onto that. And then then they could just literally... I don't want to play anymore, man. I don't want to do it. That matchup's unwinnable. All right, so that feels bad. I know it's unwinnable because Riley played 3 different stall decks at EUIC when he played Chien Pao, and he went 0-3 drop. I got one more in me. That's fine. That's why we play best of 3, dog. Chien Pao broken deck. Chien Pao broken. Everything about it's busted. It keeps getting worse and worse and more depressing. I know. Tell me why. Why must I suffer? Why? Why must life be filled with so much suffering and pain? All I want to do is play the Pokemon trading card game, but not play Charizard. That's all I want. And yet... All right. Oh my God, this matchup again. Oh my God. I think we just lose. The Bonnet deck. They just item lock me. This matchup's terrible. Yes, I know it is because I played it the other day. It's horrible. Okay. I need to like Radiant Greninja both their guys right now. Okay. Thank you, Tony, for the Prime sub and the 43 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's fine. All right. This is the best we've got. Come on, Chien Pao. Show them who's boss. I'll take my 2. All right. Come on now. Maybe I don't lose on the spot. All right, they just got the silliest Bothra. Okay. Can work with this. Yes, sir. Fantastic. Irida. Chien Pao. Buddy, we get the energy back. So 2 energy in the discard pile. Chien Pao, not buddy, but Vessel, if it's in there. It's not. That's fine, we can do that. Buddy. Okay. That's fine. And we super cold, and then we incisors, and I need to find counter stadium or another energy. I don't know, another energy is good. We'll just Moonlight Shuriken, knockout Shuppet, Flutter Mane. Yeah, it's fine. Wait. Never mind. Both of you are activated. Okay? But now I can't attack. With C-Pow either, because I attack. Yes. Uh-huh. I thought 4 would do it. It did not do it. That's fine. I have 2 energy in deck, yes, but it's fine. It's fine, guys. It's fine. No sweats. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just wait. We'll wait a turn. We'll just wait a turn. We're okay. They will item lock now. Yeah, they don't have any draw, though. Like, what are they going to do? Research? I'm chilling. It's okay. Everybody has a rough day at the office every once in a while. Listen, we'll get out of this. I'm confident. Never lose faith, chats. Never lose faith. Okay. Shivery chill. And super cold. I guess. Probably want to see if I find. I mean, like a prime catcher here to knock out the Banette would pretty much seal it, I think. So that's fine. Yeah, I do need 4 energy, but I'll get that. The prime catcher is not with us. Very good, Andrew. Very good. Okay. Very good. So, I need the 4th energy on my Chien Pao. They will item lock me after that. Just Greninja. Yeah, it's probably what we want to do. For 2, yes. Because we can't afford to let loose all this energy, so we have to just do that. So we're going to go retreat. But I need 5 energy on this guy. Important. KO active with, if we KO the active with C-Pow, they can effectively lock me out of energy for the rest of the game. Can't they do that anyway? No, because if I go this way, right? If I do it this way, I'm only losing 2 energy with the attack, right? So like I'm taking, you see what I mean, Jesse? So like you have to do it this way, because that way if they come up with Banette and poke 30, then I just win. If Ninja die, if my opponent uses a Spothra and knocks out Ninja, then I just knock out a Spothra for game. Right? So we just do this. No, the ninja attack was key. That's what we ended up having to do. That makes sense. Because you're saving energy, you're putting them in a bad spot. Because, like, what do they do, right? I mean, their ideal plan is to, like, bring up, like, Baxcalibur or something, item lock it, and then use Radiant Alakazam to move the damage everywhere else while I just fumble around looking for my final 2 energy to try and win. But here, since that's what they do, I should be able to just, like, knock out the Espathra for game. Okay, so we've got no energy in deck now, but that's okay, because all we have to do is Super Rod back in 3. Vessel. Five energy KOs. Cool. We just have it then. Yeah, because that's only 290. Yep. And that's it. GG's. Shivery chill for the 6th. And we got there. Okay. Very nice. You know what? It was painful. But Chien Pao delivered. We'll take it. Ugh. That matchup is not great. If they get to item lock you, if they actually like get the last time I've only played against that matchup twice, and the last time I played against it, they went turn 1 coin flip item lock with Shuppet, and I was locked out of Baxcalibur the entire game. You'll see it matter. Unless you play Arctibax. Yeah, I don't think that I could see playing Arctibax, unfortunately. That's going to be a no from me, dog. Is this Pidgeot control again? Is that what we've got? This is seriously what we're doing? Man. I do not like this. This is not great. I think we're just setting up and just saying, I got to outspeed you. Right? Say I'm going like turn 2 Radiant Greninja. All right, what's up with the backwards cards, man? That's crazy. Like you real camo. The sub in the 2 months. Jigglypuff, huh? That's what it is? It's Jigglypuff? Thank goodness my opponent has Jigglypuff SV3 to 5 EN 039 in the deck. The Dunsparce engine, I think Bibarel is just more consistent. Really? Really? This is what we're doing here? Is it a Wigglytuff EX deck? Is that what we're doing? Okay. Wigglytuff's just a 450 hit point wall. Oh boy. Okay. Let's do that. Sure. Uh-huh. Sure. I don't know like exactly what your Jigglypuff does, but I don't like it. Gonna give it to me. Sure. And then they just airy, and then my life is over. I guess I'll give them the free retreat pivot. That's fine. Yeah. No, yeah, they're gonna get it anyway. It's fine. That's fine. Take our 2. God, Airy just hurts this deck so bad. It really does. It's disgusting. Airy is horrible. Gosh, Wigglytuff, Chi-Yu. Okay. We get an Luminion for... You have to get Arven to set up your Pidgeot, or are you going to Airy? Yeah. I have to say, this is more control decks I've played against today than I've played against in the entire last, like, 2 weeks. All right, they got the Rare Candy Pidgeot. And honestly, this... you should be able to, if they got this many 2-prizers in play, we should be able to just go, like, Prime Catcher, Silene Prime Catcher, and just win. It should be all right. Could hands Luminion? I mean, it's true. Good. Does this really matter? Does it? I don't think so. You guys want a hands Luminion for 3? Does that matter ever? Probably not. Right? But like... KO the Mimikyu and Cleffa? I can't KO the Mimikyu. I could just go... Bring up Radzard, and I could, like, Kyogre the Luminion, which is kind of funny. Let's make sure Prime is actually in the deck this time. It is. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if Kyogre like actually gets to play. I think I'm actually picking the Kyogre. I was thinking about hands. I think hands just doesn't really matter, right? The more I was thinking about hands, the more I was like, that card actually doesn't do anything here, I don't think. So let's do... I already have the knockout. Let's get 2 more energy. So we want to... Safer Maniac for Prime and a Vessel. Probably. Vessel not an option. Just get another energy. Silene is here. Cool. I guess I really just want... I've got 2 energy in the discard. I really just want Silene. So I'm just going to take the Silene so I have it. Okay. And we'll conceal cards to get the cards we want. And then we're going to Prime Catcher him. Go here. And then we've got 3 energy in the discard pile. Don't love getting rid of these rods, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're okay on resources. Super cold. Don't actually want to incisors. So, well, no, I don't want incisors. Okay. So we dynamic wave and we'll hit no, get that for sure. Okay. Whoop. That's fine. We'll take our 2. But the tough thing is I don't have a Pokemon in play that can... Well, I guess, like Prime Catcher, if they don't put a Manaphy down, I can Prime Catcher and knock out Radzard and Cleffa at the same time. So, like, that's my win con, I think. Was KO Lax better? I don't think so. Because I can just knock out those 2 for game. So, we'll see. I think I have to kind of just stay on the 2-4-6 game plan. Airy plus KO backs hurts here. I've got Silene in my hand. So, like, anything can happen. We're getting Iono'd. And counter-catchered. That's fine. Can you move this Radzard? The Radzard? This does not seem like what you want to be doing. No. Yeah, that can't be right. So now you just gave me the win. All I have to do is get superior. And that's GG's. Doesn't happen. Do I have no energy in my discard pile? How? Oh my gosh, it was all in my... That's right. I Kyogre'd it! Ah! All right, it's fine. That's fine. No sweat. No sweat. Gotta be kidding me. All right. Not Silene. Is it ever good to stop there? Well, I was thinking that no, it was not going to be good to stop there. And then I was like, it's fine. And then I was thinking to myself, like, it was fine. But then as soon as I clicked the button, I realized that Silene... The Silene, yes. The Silene was going to be problematic. If we got rid of the Silene, that was going to be problematic. Yep. Indeed. And indeed it was Silene that we hit off of the stop. Unfortunate. Yes, indeed it was. Oh, this is just absolutely terrible. All of my energy in the deck. I didn't hit any of you. All right, it's fine. This is really what we're doing, bro? I can't believe we hit the Silene. That's so depressing. Kyogre stinks, bro. Yeah, this card immediately getting axed. How did we end up in Tail Smash Town again? Boy, let me tell you. Gosh, we had it right there, too. And then we just got locked out. So sad, man. just get me out of here. Just get me out of here. Just get me out of here. All right. There's nothing we could have done there at the end. That was... All right, so that... Why blame this game on Kyogre? You can't retreat. There's a Snorlax. The problem with not benching the Bibarels in the control matchup is that they will just remove your hand. And then you're just sitting there doing nothing. Right? I said our win condition was to Prime Catcher and then Silene for the Prime Catcher, and I misplayed by hitting the Pokestop. All I had to do was be patient. It's all I had to do. Also, I needed to not jam my bench, so I should not have done that. You need to leave one bench spot open. They can always do it anyways with like Erica's invitation, but you have to leave that bench spot open too. All right, why did I say we're done playing Dinosaur Box? Yeah, that deck's broken. We should just play that deck. Yeah, thank you, Real Camo TRK, for the Prime sub. So you have to, and those are my first couple games against the Pidgeot control deck with Chien Pao, but I think you have to, I mean, yeah, you have to try and set up your Silene Prime Catcher, right? You have to try and Prime Catcher before they get rid of your Prime Catcher with Airy. You have to Prime Catcher yourself. You can't jam your bench. You can't jam your bench. You got to leave a bench spot open for like Chien Pao or something. So your ideal board, but then they can knock out your Friggy, right? So you have to have 2 Friggies out. Broke Teeth says, you keep saying both Chien Pao and Dino stink. Why do you keep going back to them? Do you not know how this goes? Surely I'm not the only one in this chat room who does that. Yes. The roller coaster of this deck rocks to this deck sucks. That's just that's quintessential gaming right there. Oh, God. All right, can we beat Espathra? Like, can we, though? Can we beat Espathra? Just play Zard? I know. I know. And prize to Moon. Yeah, you just put like a Greninja in the active while you set up your guys. All right, got it. So you kind of want to conserve your stadiums then. And you're going to need 3 energy guys to knock out. Yeah, okay. I can imagine myself doing like 2 really big knockouts, but 3, that seems like a lot. See, I've already misplayed because for the last 4 weeks, I should have just been playing nothing but Charizard. That's what we should have been doing. Just nothing but Charizard. We should have just been deep in the Charizard mines. But now Indy is this weekend. It's too late, bro. What if I play in Indy? I have no idea. Okay. If I knew, I wouldn't sound so chaotic. Yeah, let's see if we can get an Explorer out here. Okay. Yeah, I'll be doing Twilight Masquerade content for sure. That's really what we're doing here. That's fine. Cool. Thank you, Slaughter Home, for the sub in 34 months. Appreciate it. I hate to use, but we'll take that for sure. Okay. That's fine. And then we're just trying to get things into the discard pile, get to the bottom of our deck. It's not worth trying to start attacking. Like, it doesn't really matter. They will just catch us tripping and start going ham with the Spothra, knocking out all of our guys if we do that. So we are trying to play the patient game. I love the patient game. Today I've been so patient with these wins. Oh yeah, let's go. It's fine. Sideball, there goes my Roaring Moon. No problem. Send up Radiant Greninja to wall here. And got a Nest Ball. Great. Go get our final moon. And it's time to just use Sada's Vitality to accelerate to these guys. And I could use Superior. It's not really worth it. I could use Pokestop. I think I need to start digging with a Pokestop. That's fine. So let's do that. That feels good. And then we can Vessel away that. Go get those. And concealed cards to get even deeper into the deck. And then there's no way they boss a gun. That'd be crazy. Okay. Sure. Pass. And then how many ancient cards I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not quite enough yet. But we're trying. This thing gets you a supporter out of the discard pile, doesn't it? Yeah. All right. Go get your boss's orders, all right? Go get your boss's orders. Sure. You can't do that forever. Yeah. All right, take them. Okay. Let's go here. And stop first. Would have preferred to have found it's like almost we just have to find some outs to our guys. So we got Nest Balls in the deck, so we should be able to explore into something here. Yeah, that's very good. And we're just going to Rod back in you guys, and Black Darkness. And then Superior away, you guys. Get those back. Nest Ball for the mid. Attach and pass. Okay. Guess I can conceal cards once. It's fine. It's all pretty good. Okay. Ain't no way they bossing again. No way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah! Okay. Man. Rough day at the office, man. Okay. How much damage are we doing? 1, 2. Please, just let me look. All right. Regardless of whatever happens here, I absolutely have to get to 260. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we're there. All right. Great. I can do this. Artisan. Get the mid. Sada. Okay. Energy here. They've got a 2-card hand. We're doing 270 damage. I've got darkness left in the deck. You're saying there's a chance? Vengeance Fletching. We can do it. We could do it, y'all. It's happening. Even though I've had my moons chased down, I should have 1 rod left. I got Espathra. Oh, God. Do you have the energy? Yeah, they do. Okay. It's fine. What's up with our deck? Okay, we need to get Rod. I don't know. You're really not making things easy on me, huh? Okay. No, you're not. Sorry, yeah. You're really busting my balls out here, Sparthra. Tell you what. Really. All right, let's go. I think my rod is prized. So we just have to hope they ain't got it. I can't put another moon back in the deck. It's not happening. A pal pad back in like Sada. I prized 1 moon. I could rip it here. Have I already played a Hisuian Heavy Ball? I have not. Oh, but it would be in my... Yeah, and I have, and it's in my prizes. That's right. Okay. Yeah, so I think we just rip here. I'll Palpad back in. A couple Soda, and that's fine. We just do our 290. Cool. Take our 2. And there's Roaring Moon. The problem is, if they get a Spothra out, they knock out my Moon. And if they have enough energy on the Espathra, then they'll be able to knock out Radiant Greninja too. God, I lose. Yeah, this is so bad. They're doing 120 damage. I know. If we had one more Moon, I know. Right, if I had Moon right here, I just win. Yeah. Yeah, it's like gotta be... I don't think I can do it. You like have to Soda. But I don't even think I have an energy left in deck. 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 1. Let's see. What do I... Here's the Heavy Ball. No, it's here. And the Rod's there. It's game over. Yeah. Gosh, I should have gone for the... Dang, that's so sad. I can't retreat the Greninja. I didn't have the energy to retreat the Greninja. Goodness. All right, back to Dialga. All right. We should have promoted the main. Yes. Yeah, the main should have gone up. Yeah. But I think, so what I was trying to do is I was trying to promote, well, okay, so no, the main should, okay, I guess the main should have gone up because then I have more options regardless, but what I wanted to happen was top deck Soda, and then I had to Soda this turn, and then I had to save the energy in my hand to retreat the Greninja, and Soda again the following turn. And I was going to have to counter catcher up something, hope that it stuck, and then counter catcher up the Espathra and knock it out. Yeah, it was terrible. I think I kind of needed to dig for the Hisuian Heavy Ball, which was in my deck though. Dang, broken deck, bro. What the heck? Broken deck. I don't have any guys, though. What am I supposed to do with this terrible looking hand? All right, never mind. I take it back. Not broken. Because I go turn 1, knock out my Beldum. And then At best, I'm probably using Magnetic Lift next turn. This is not a TM Evo list. This is Drew Kennett's list. So no hope there. Wow. Alrighty then. Guess I take it all back. Okay. Kind of just want to... Yeah, sure. Just guarantee the Dialga. Whatever. And thank you, Lyric of Wisdom, for the sub in the 12 months. Appreciate it. Gonna go get Dialga. And let's just Magnetic Lift. And we can go put Dialga V-Star on top of the deck. Is Dialga the play for Indy? Shoo, I have no idea. All right, you had all those supporters in your hand, and yet you did not play one. Why? What was your master plan there? No, you're not going to hit the Pokemon catcher on my only Dialga. That'd be crazy. How serious am I taking it? I mean, yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to try and do my best, sure. I guess if I was taking it max serious, I would have, I would cancel all plans this week and be doing nothing but grinding Charizard mirrors with my friends. I'm not taking it that serious, if that's what you're, I guess. But I'll take it, like, the next level below that. In the realm of seriousness, you know? Like, I'm not no-lifing testing Zard mirrors all week, but I guess, like, whatever the next level below that is. All right, let's see what we can do. Gonna have to draw into a bunch of Matang here. Okay. I can work with this. That is fine. You guys want to V-Star this thing? What do you think? Metal Maker. Oh, baby. Come on. Broken deck. Dialga, man, I should have never left you, man. Should have never left this deck, man. It's messed up. Star Chronos for 270 damage. I'll take my 2 prizes. And then I've got the boss's orders. It's beautiful. Oh, man. I should have never left you, man. Huh. Well, that's crazy. I gotta text JW. I was thinking, JW told me that he would, like, you know, maybe come do tabletop this week, but isn't his wife supposed to, like, give birth, like, tomorrow? So it might not be a good week for that. Gotta catch up with my man, see what's up. We'll see. John Walter Creewall. Hey, yo, ain't you guys having, like, another baby this week or something? Looks like I'm up first against a Tina deck this hand. It's not good, but it's not like they can, knock me out in one go, so it's fine. I got Buddy Buddy Poffin. They're going to be able to cook a little bit. Well, I guess I'm using Iono because, this hand's not great. But researching away to Dialga V-Star, I guess it doesn't really matter, but Iono still seems preferable here. The reasoning behind the maximum belt here is because Charizard, that deck is tough to beat. Kind of need it to knock out the Zard. Yeah. It's really tough to hit that 330 without it. And this makes it very easy, actually. It did help against hands, but the hands matchup's already very good. Ah, see, this is your mistake. You think you're safe to Abyss Seeking. That's what you think. But I'm going to pop you with the Metal Blast, and then I'm going to V-Star your guy. Oh, yeah. I guess this card can just get out of here. It's not important. Okay. We'll evolve that. Hey, we'll lie on. It's fine. Uh-huh. I hate it here. Okay. Conceal some cards. The Greninja Bailout. And sure. If they hit me with the Giga Impact this next turn, you know what? Unlucky. All right. You hate to get turn 2 Giga impacted. I'm totally getting turn 2 Giga impacted. This Dialga is as good as dead. Yep. It's been real, man. Time to pack it up, Dialga. You're getting absolutely shreked. Looks like they're still looking for a piece. The piece is most definitely the Tina V-Star. And they are looking for it right here. Do they have it? Tina V-Star. Not yet. Maybe right here. There goes the Iron Leaves. Huh? Yes! Okay. Wonderful. I'm already taking the knockout there, so that's fine. Research. Oh boy. We did not find any other fellas yet, you know. That's fine. Not you. Conceal first. Okay, we've got a second fella. This is big. Don't want to throw down a rod yet. I could throw down one rod. And then we make some metal. For one. I think we just split them. And then we metal blast for 240. And that's fine. And oh, Mew EX. Mew EX is kind of a monster in this matchup. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is true. They don't have a lot of cards left. They will surely find the Tina. But we do have one of these Tina set up with 80 damage on it. So that is good. That is really good for us. If they can switch card maybe and like finesse it, that would be very bad for us. I mean, I can Mew EX copy Moonlight Shuriken. That's kind of funny. It is kind of comical, isn't it? Okay, here comes Sable Guy. Probably going to knock out my Matang. Like a freaking bully. Not cool. We are definitely a little weak against Sableye. That is unfortunate for sure. Yeah. But still feel like I'm in an okay spot. That's a lot of energy, you know? Okay, so concealed. Shoot. I mean, you rod back in. Two, the one. Just kind of see how we do. Oh, baby. Let's go. God, it feels so good to be back. Man. Oh, man, it feels so good to be back, bro. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I'll take another turn. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Goodness, I mean, if I hit the third boss's orders, that's just crazy, crazy. We'll grab the Mew. And then we'll buddy grab that. Metal Maker. Okay. Dang, we're going down to 2 prizes left. That's crazy. Conceal cards. Okay, Iono and Arvin. We just probably just want to research. Yeah. Just kind of draw out as much of this deck as we can. And swing for 240. Yes, I'm playing Belt right now, not Catcher. Yes, my old list played Catcher, but this is Drew Kennett's list. He top 32'd Orlando with it. Our list did have some similarities for sure, but he was onto some things that I was not onto. He had the Radiant Greninja and he had the Belt, and I think that those are 2 of the biggest things. He also was more boss heavy with 3 boss. I like that a lot. Yes, Catcher is better versus like everything except for Charizard, but so you have to play the Belt for Charizard. Yeah, the gears are sick. I like those a lot. Okay, I mean, they can like knock out both Matang here, but if they do that, I can just set up a situation where I can just knock out like one of their 2 prizers for game. And they'll still have 3 prizes left to take. And they're going to boss to try and be mean. But I could potentially find boss myself. Buddy. All right. I feel like I can put one more guy into play. Doesn't really matter at this point. I've got the boss in the deck with 2 gear. Sheesh. And then let's Ultra Ball away these. These. Fine. And we can put Zom down. I think Zom is fine. No, we don't even want Zom down. We're just gonna grab this. Nope, we're gonna grab this. And then we're gonna see if we can just conceal into boss for game. We cannot. So then, do we care to... No, we just want to research all of this away. We don't even care about any of this. All we care about is finding that sweet game-winning boss's orders. So we send all of that, and we've got the perfect dub situation lined up. I gotta do, check the deck. All right. We don't want to bench the Dialga because it gives them a counter catcher Lost Mine target, right? Don't want to bench that. That'd be bad. It'd be bad. Don't want that. All we need, because I've basically just got Checkmate lined up. I'm doing 240 damage. This thing will get knocked out to 240 damage. All we need to do is find the boss's orders for game. You and Greninja should help us to do that. And we Metal Blast. Or we don't even have to boss for game. I mean, really, we could just knock out the active. But assuming they come up with Tina or something, right? Yeah, Mohar, I'm glad. Good stuff. Yes, we need to not get finessed. Right, they can like Roxanne and pray, and that's pretty much what they're trying to do. It is nice to have Greninja and Mew, though, to like... You can see even more cards. I like that. My very first draft list had Greninja and Mew, and then I ended up cutting Greninja, because I was always getting Mew in play instead, but... I see the value in them both. It does feel like it makes the deck just a little bit extra consistent, which feels good. All right, here comes the Prime Catcher, the banana, attempting to be placed into the tailpipe. But alas, they do not have the Roxanne. That is GG's. Feels good, man. No close, no problem. Four Iono, 3 research. I do wish I had a 4th Buddy Buddy or a 4th Nest Ball. It does feel like it's a little slow to set up sometimes, but... My favorite standard deck of all time? Landorus Crobat. Easy question. Maybe also Night March. Night March probably too. Looks like I'm up against a Dino Box deck. Seems fine. That or it's, I don't know, Guardy. Right. Got a fine opening. Energy on the Dialga, and pass it on over to you. Standard decks that I've loved over the years. I have absolutely loved Blastoise Keldeo. I've absolutely loved Electric Mewtwo EX, Dynamotor Eels with Mewtwo. So, all right, let's go chronologically. My first love was Dynamotor Eels Mewtwo EX back in 2012. Next, my next love, Blastoise Keldeo EX, which eventually turned into a love for Blastoise Black Kyurem EX. And then that love turned into a love of Rayquaza EX Emboar. And I loved that deck. I top 8'd my first regional in 2013 with Blastoise Black Kyurem. And then I top 4'd a regional the following year with Rayquaza Emboar. And then I felt lost after Rayquaza Emboar was done. and I didn't know what to do. I tried playing this. I tried playing this deck. It was Bronzong Dialga EX because it reminded me of Dynamotor from the good old days, but it was bad. This was the fall of 2014, winter 2014 going into 2015. And I didn't know what to do. My buddy Kevin Baxter, was a good friend of mine from Cincinnati area, had this funny deck that he was playing, which played Crobat from Phantom Forces with Wobbuffet from Phantom Forces. And the idea of the deck... The idea of the deck was to, pile up damage onto your opponent's Pokemon with Crobats and then hit them for big damage with Wobbuffet while locking their abilities. And I thought that was pretty neat. So then I kind of adopted that idea and I started playing it with Landorus EX, who was a big, beefy, basic Pokemon, had the Hammerhead attack, which did 30 damage to the active, 30 damage to the bench. But you could boost it with Strong Energy, Muscle Band, Fighting Stadium, and all that. And I started taking this deck to like city championships and locals and things like that. And I won the first city that I took it to. But all my friends told me that the deck was a meme and that it was not very good. And that I was just trolling by trying to play my Landorus Crobat deck. But I kept playing it and told my friends that they were wrong and that my Landorus Crobat deck was broken. And then I played it over and over and over again on the Pokemon trading card game online. I stayed inside all winter playing nothing but Landorus Crobat on the Pokemon trading card game online. I became a hermit. I didn't go outside. I didn't see the sunlight. I didn't do anything. All I did was play Landorus Crobats on the Pokemon trading card game online. And then the St. Louis Regional Championship came up. And when tasked with what to play, I knew I had to play Landorus Crobats. So I played Landorus Crobats and I won the regional. It was sick. And then I took Landorus Crobat to a state championship and I got second at that as well. But then people started playing Seismitoad EX with Crobats, which is a very terrible matchup for my good friend Landorus Crobat. I wish that I'd burned that buddy first, but it's fine. So I had to stop playing Landorus Crobats because Landorus could not beat Seismitoad. Man, I really need to find like a supporter. I'm sending a bunch of supporters to the bottom of my deck. This feels very bad. Sure enough. Okay. So what are we doing here, guys? All right. Guess I'm going to boss his orders up this Curlia. Hit it with the old temporal rupture, huh? And then I felt lost, and I didn't know what to play after Landorus Crobats. I had no idea what deck I was going to like the most. Since I won a regional back in the day, if you won a regional, you got a 2-round bye at the national championships. I got a 2-round bye at the U.S. national championships that year. I squandered them playing a terrible Raichu deck. Absolutely terrible. It was one of the worst decks I've ever concocted. Absolutely squandered a 2-round bye at the national championships. But then, me and my buddies got in the lab. And we decided for the World Championships in 2015, we were going to cook. And we were going to come up with the most broken deck possible. And the deck we came up with was Night March, a deck that had not actually had any finishes at the national championships that year. I felt like I had figured out how to defeat the Seismitoad EX decks with Night March. I played 3 Grass Energy and a Virizion EX. So that my Mew EX could not fall asleep due to hypnotoxic lasers. All right. And I would go on to get 9th place at that World Championships, bubbling out of top 8 with my Night March deck on opponent's resistance. So sad. I ended up liking Night March for a long time after that. Me and Night March got along. Night March was very good for the, entire... Well, let's conceal cards. Night March was very good for, the entire next year. Do we Mew here? I'm thinking about it. No, you have to Mew. You have to bring up Radiant Greninja to Mew for 2. I think I'm just setting up another Dialga. They've got no onboard draw, so I think I'm just going to do this. All right, let's game, dude. So I liked Night March for a while. I did play in a Yveltal Garbodor deck, which I was into. Also, eventually. But the next deck that I really, truly loved and clicked with, oh yeah, was absolutely... was absolutely the Buzzrock deck, 100%. I love Buzzrock so much, I played that deck in Expanded, bro. That's how much I love Buzzrock. I was a true Buzzrock head. I was really into that deck. That deck was awesome. Okay. So now what do we do? We've got to just simply knock out the Gardevoir, which is mad easy. All right. Yeah, dude. Then you just, you lose. Especially with this thing. Goodness. Oh, yeah. And then just like that. Wow. You've got nothing. Holy smokes. I almost don't want to assign the energy anywhere because yeah, I just have to make sure that I can knock out the Mimikyu. That's cool. I'm going to assign that energy to probably Matang. And then I'm just going to take this knockout. do our 330. Gotta say, that maximum belt, sheesh, kind of cool. Yeah, that was sick. So I fell in love with Buzzrock, and I played Buzzrock for a while. Until my next love came along. Pikarom. And I loved Pikarom. I played the heck out of that deck. And then after Pikarom, COVID hit. I also really loved cooking in expanded format. I mean, there was like the heyday of expanded ended with the onset of the pandemic. I mean, 100%. Just kind of did. Am I having an existential crisis today? No, somebody just asked what my favorite standard deck of all time was, and I decided to start yapping. That's all that happened. Yeah, I just decided to start yapping. All right. Gotta take the yeah, we'll take the boss. Metal Maker. And yes, they will quit. Good stuff. Good stuff. And then honestly, after the pandemic, I did have like a little bit of a rut. I felt like I was having a hard time clicking with standard. I just wasn't really loving it. I didn't care for the Arceus Inteleon meta very much. I mean, Lucario Melmetal was like probably my favorite deck during the pandemic era, but I mean, I just hated the fact that like people would just roll up drooling with Sentiscorch and But yeah, I liked Lucario Melmetal, like relatively speaking. But then, you know, people would just be like, ooh, Sentiscorch, let me welder onto my Sentiscorch. Just absolutely terrible. Like, Sentiscorch didn't even beat ADP. That's part of what made me so mad that people just played it, because it was like, you're not even doing your job to beat ADP, dude. Like, let's at least play the Lucario Melmetal Mirror like real men. Play me in a game of the Lucario Melmetal Mirror. That was fun. That was fun. I also didn't mind playing Lucario Melmetal against ADP. That was fine because you just run them out of resources and let them cook themselves, and that was fun. But Sentiscorch was like kind of the quintessential run hot deck. All right, am I up against I think, like, hilariously, I have to get out a Beldum because you've got Mimikyu and I can't deal with the Mimikyu. So I have to set that up. So that's fine. So we will. And then, oh, the game's just going to break. Come on. Come on, Artisan, come on. No. Not like this, dude. All right, kids. Well, yeah, of course you do. That's going to do it for the stream. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with some more wonderful Pokemon TCG action. Yes, coming right at you. Probably get to open the new cards tomorrow. I imagine the new mask cards show up. So that's probably a thing we're going to do. Fingers crossed. That'll be fun. But I also need to get some more reps in for the Indianapolis Regional Championship. So we'll be doing a little bit of both. All right. I will see you then. Make sure to place an order at fullgripgames.com for Indy Pickup if you would like to get your cards picked up at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I believe that service gets cut off on like Tuesday. So going to want to get those orders in ASAP if you plan on picking up at the booth at Full Grip Games booth in Indy. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Later.